everybody. Welcome back to another round of Canje Plays. So, yeah, we're going to be playing some Tainted Gale. If Gale is tainted and is a king of ruin, we'll be playing Tainted Grail, Kings of Ruin. I'm loopy. All right, get over it. This is going to be my first time playing this. I did read through some of the rulebook and played the introductory thing to kind of get acquainted, but I will be going through a lot of this kind of, figuring it out. You know how we do. We figure things out as we go. So we're going to be getting into some of this. I've picked Wyrdness the Sellsword to play, and we'll see how this goes. I want to get through Chapter 1 today, so we're going to play until we get through Chapter 1. Oh, this thing connected. Hey, hey, Cynthia, what's going on? Hey, Brian, I hope to make it 2 wins. You have to be nice to me. I'm sick. I get to pull that for at least the next 11 weeks. I'm sick. So you have to be nice to me. Hey, Jess, what's going on? Oh, a Tainted Grail, probably not, although maybe a win with the first chapter. Maybe. Hey, Steve, what's going on? Elaine, hello. Hey, watching while working. Don't tell anyone. Shh, it's our secret. Elaine's he's watching board games while he's supposed to be working. Sequel is blustering Gale. Yeah, it's not only tainted, it's blustering. We're, hey, Ruby Revolution. We are on chapter 9, and I still have lots to learn. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Jess is supposed to be working. She's not working, boss person. I'll let you pull that in the last stream. Hey, 11 weeks. Cynthia, get them. All right. So before I begin, just want to say thanks to my patrons, subscribers, and if you're neither, just coming in to hang out, thank you and welcome as well. I was going insane, not doing anything and laying in bed, so I'm happy that I can get and play this game. I may have to take some breaks every now and then for just a little bit to step away, but I should be by and large good to play through the game as we go through. I've added a wee bit of bling to the game, just a little bit, and I did paint the waystones. I did do that, so waystones are painted, and I did a self sun drop effect for Wyrdness. Wyrdness is her name. So I did do a self sun. That's my first attempt at trying to do sun drop to something. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. No, I didn't get the flu. For a lot of people don't know, I was diagnosed with cancer, and so I went and I got a radiation procedure done, which is called brachytherapy, if you want to Google what it looks like. And now I'm recovering from that, but I'm still facing the radiation sickness because there's actually radiation in me. So every now and then I have to step away to just kind of, be sick. So we'll see how it goes. I should be fine. This right here, this cap that you see on my head, my head is shaved only because I shaved it, but it's because the medication I'm on gives me headaches. And this compression, this that I'm wearing here, compresses, and it kind of makes the headaches a little bit of a hum in the background. So that's kind of why you see me doing that. And that. All right, you're here to see me play a board game, right? But I said I would answer questions if you had them. So let's go ahead and get down to the table. I have the app. Yeah, F cancer. Agreed. Hopefully I'll fully recover. I have frustrations. I'm going to be standing on my soapbox today because I'm pissed. My frustrations with this app is I am overly tired of people doing Android and iOS-based app development. It's antiquated. Let me tell you why it's antiquated. Because not only do they have to manage different variants and code bases for every version that comes out or will come out of Android and iOS, which is labor intensive and usually leads apps to get abandoned and annoyed and left alone. It's just a smarter move to go towards web-based app development. Like if you do a web component that runs the application. Foreteller has switched to that paradigm and it works great for them. They don't care what device you use. As long as it has a browser, you pop open the site on their browser and you play it, and it goes fine. Heck, even Corvus Belli, who doesn't do web component development, has said, "Hey, here's Android, here's iOS, and we're just going to throw it up on Steam as a kind of a component that you can use in Steam and play it on that player." So if you have Steam, no matter what device you're on, if it can run Steam, you can play our games. I beseech Awaken Realms to, if you ever watch this video and care about anything I say, do a web component application, or just put the damn thing on Steam. God. Now, I know I know you don't need the app, but I prefer the voice narration. It helps set the tone for me, and plus, whoever this voice narrator that they have hired is like gold. She is amazing. So, while you don't need the application, you do, for people who want the application, there should be, it shouldn't be a frustration to do, right? That's all I'm saying. And I'm not even talking from a streaming perspective. Streamers will say, yeah, we want it to be web-based because then it's easier to play and it doesn't suck up resources and playing our game. But even outside of that, I don't want to pull up my phone. I have a really cool friend of mine gave me this lovely device, and even in tablet mode, guess what? Still can't play it. I need a phone or I need an iPad. But if it's on Steam, or if it's a web application, I can play it on this, I can play it on my phone, I can play it on whatever I want. So anyway, my rant: web components for web application for your player. Trust me, you will save a ton of money. You do not have to care about versioning, because guess what the version is? The web. So you'll have to do some updates as technologies improve, but it's not going to be as labor intensive as if you use Android or iOS. So Awaken Realms, take that for what it's worth. Anyway, so I had to put an emulator on my frickin' computer to be able to play this stupid thing so that we can have the narration today and it sound just as good for you as it does for me. And that's what we're going to hear today. All right, cool. Rant over. Let's get some playing. Down to the table. That's my rant for the day. Okay. So I've done the setup of how it does in the book, and just to kind of this is the bling out, which kind of lets you place the cards in here, and it keeps the cards all together. I printed these myself on my new printer. So I got a Bamboo P1S printer for Black Friday. That was kind of a Christmas treat for myself. Then I had to go do this procedure, and while I've been laid up in bed, I've just been like, print, sleep, sick, sleep, print, rinse and repeat. So this actually I made myself, and they're pretty cool. These are they right here. These are them. These are they. These are them. And you just slide it on, and boom, it's done. So this was on Thingiverse, and they hold pretty strong too. But these I got off of Thingiverse. So I forgot to put the link in the description, but I will put it in the description after this playthrough and any other playthroughs that we do that I use these on, so you can pull them and 3D print them yourself. They, like 6 of them fit on a plate for people who 3D print, and it took me about an hour to print all of them. 6 of them, an hour to print 6. So cool. But this is how we're gonna line things up and how things are gonna go. Now, let's dive into the playthrough. So there are 10 billion videos on how to play this game. We're just gonna jump in because I want to get through chapter 1 today, and then if things go well, we could try to do chapter 2 tomorrow. So this has helped me play games and sit upright, which is what I'm needing to do more of. So okay. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to grab a chapter 1 scenario card. Now I said that I used the matte cards. If you notice here, it's glaring, but on this side it doesn't, because this is the matte side. So one side is the regular, the other side is this. These are ultra polar sleeve cards for people who are curious. And yeah, we'll get into this. Another thing when people were asking me kind of, okay, you know, did you play Fall of Avalon? I played Fall of Avalon. There's videos recorded of it previous, but I stopped playing it because the things that annoyed me are the things that got removed from this game. There was a review done by Shelf Sides, I think, that talks about Kings of Ruin. Like they do a review of it and they talk about the annoyances from Fall of Avalon that I had. So I agreed with them very heavily on the pluses and the minuses of what that game was. And kind of it became a farming sim after a while. So yeah. Anyway, let's get into this. For people who know and don't know. So this, for people who are wondering, this is, if you buy these Ultra Pro matte sleeves, one side will be normal with the glare, the other side won't be. And this is the side where I put the information that we care about. But yes, it does come with that stupid bubble. I don't know why they didn't put that on the non-glare side. But anyway. So, chapter 1, as it says prepare the chapter 1 setup front. Prepare the event deck. Find all parts of chapter 1 and stack them face down from 7 bottom to 1 on the top. Shuffle a random event deck. Now follow the instructions on the back of this card. So here's the random event deck that we'll shuffle up. We got going on here. So as you can see, these sides are the glary sides, but the other sides are what has the matte where you won't get that glare once I put them down there. So there's this. So that is the random event deck. And this is the event deck with chapters 1, part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 that's there that we're going to try to get through today to see what's going on. So we've done all that. We flip this over to the, we flip this over to the non-glare side. And this says, and as you can see, when it's non-glare, it looks really good. It's very easy to read. Build your 3 initial encounter decks, blue, green, purple. We're only playing 1 character, so we're just going to use all the 1 threat enemy cards. And for 4 characters, we use all the 1 and 2s. Then, in each deck, find an encounter with your first encounter on the back of the card, shuffle the encounter decks, and place your first encounter cards on top of the corresponding decks. So, that is these right here. This is another thing I really liked, how they made it out into a nice image, which really works. So this is your first encounter, but these are the blues, all with the ones with the 1 at the top. And if you can see here, that's where that 1 threat, that 1 level is, right there. So we'll shuffle these up. Put this in here, then take the your first encounter. Ooh, I have this wrong. I need to flip this over. Ooh, there we go. Your first encounter, right there. Then these, same thing with these. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. And you know exactly where you need to place them because they form a picture. And this has the your first encounter thing on it. And then finally, shuffle these up, which is the purples. And we'll flip this over. There we go. So that's your first encounter stuff. Boom, shuffled, done. You are now ready to play Chapter 1 of Kings of Ruin campaign. Skip start of day. As the first action of the game, all characters explore location 101 together as a party. So that's where we're starting. All right. So let me pull up Lay App. This is 101 that's here. Zoom. Is it here? Nope. Here. Yeah. So this is 101, which is, the art is actually very pretty. For people who want to see it closer up, this is the art of it. So 101, this symbol indicates that it's the non-weird side. There's 2 sides to this. There's the weird side, which has that symbol. And it's actually has different stuff that happens when it's on its weird side. And this is the non-weird side. So the shunned lands, we could, when we put a round timer on here, we could spend 2, if we spend 2 energy, we can harvest wild crops, which means we gain 1 food. And then it just has some flavor text. It has what's corresponding next to it. And then up here on the side is one side of one of the weird stones, the way stones that brights the area and stops it from being that. All right, makes sense. All right, so we start our sun drop figure there, and then we're going to go to 101. So we'll pull up the app, and I will shut up and let y'all hear some awesomeness.
Once.
I almost forgot. We got to read. Shunned lands. Check before exploration. So we're doing an exploration. If you don't have the hints part 1 status, select this option. We do not because we're starting a new game, so we ain't got none of that. So we click on that. It says check before exploration. If there's only one character in play, why yes, there is. And this is what
You
we're
are no
going to look
stranger to the trails of Avalon. After all, you've already journeyed this network of wild footpaths, waystones, and poorly kept dirt roads. Yet 10 years spent in the safety and comfort of bustling coastal towns made you forget. Worse yet, it made you soft. The trail lays this bare in a painful way. Your legs tire quickly, making your progress slower than you have hoped. The cold of a night spent without a campfire, to avoid drawing the attention of the brigands who watch the trails like hawks, bites harder than you have imagined. A regret creeps into your thoughts, crawling realization that you shouldn't have set off alone, or perhaps that you shouldn't have set off at all. After days of hardships, you finally meet another traveler heading in the same direction, and your heart jumps with hope. But as you approach and hail them, they turn toward you, revealing a teeth-rimmed hole that stretches from their limp jaw to their belly. Thin arms, too long and with far too many elbows, extend in your direction. Then as you flee in panic, a thunderstorm catches you on the stony highland. Soaked to the bone, chased by strange wails that seem to come from everywhere at once, you take shelter in the only hideout visible, under an old crooked dolmen, its stone roof and 2 walls protecting you from elements and prying eyes. There, as you wait for the storm to pass and ponder your pitiful journey so far, a grim determination fills you, as if some of the dolmen's old magic seeped into your bones. You must succeed. The dangerous trails that lead to even more dangerous places will not defeat you. There is strength and comfort in relying only on yourself, and you manage to find it. Alone, you will go to the ends of the world if that's what it takes to see your task completed.
All right, so this says gain secret card 11. Hint: as a lone traveler, you learn to rely on no one but yourself and to push yourself to the limits. So we will find secret cards. This is secret card deck. We'll grab secret card 11. Let's take a look at secret card 11. Self-reliant. So for 0 energy, push onward, lose 1 health, or gain 1 terror to gain 2 energy, and I could do that once per day. So this becomes something that we can use if we need it. We also have this wonderful starting story that we're going to go through in a minute. I just want to kind of get this setup going. So what happens after this?
The lively and safe coastal areas of 4 Maidens now lie behind you. The path ahead, uphill and desolate, glistens with morning dew and floating wisps of opalescent weirdness. It's been a while since you've seen this capricious, ever-changing fog with your own eyes. The waystone nestled in high grass just off the trail looks almost spent. You walk toward it and inspect it with interest. Every waystone has its keeper in civilized lands, a feudal lord, a local town, or a brotherhood sworn to protect it. But here, so close to the pure weirdness that still covers most of Avalon, these landmarks are often snuffed out by the powers that dwell in the fog. There are also mentions of those who drain their power on purpose, though you can't comprehend how vile one would have to become to stoop this low. It's been a while since you've reactivated any stones, and it does not require some effort and proper offerings, but you know you will never reach the King's Pass without their guiding light. As your hands carefully touch the surface, the stone comes back to life, strands of weirdness in the air immediately slithering away like snakes from a flaming torch. You're lucky. This stone was not yet fully exhausted, and waking it up was easy. The others that lie ahead will require more effort.
Okay, so this says, and I know you're seeing a lot of scrolling because this is another thing about this freaking app is it's very touch sensitive. So if I move the mouse like just barely, that fast scroll that you saw initially was because I like moved it twice. So I have to be very careful with how I do this so I don't jar your eyes when you're trying to read along with the narration. If the location you are in has at least one revealed waystone mark in any of its corners, it means you may perform and activate a waystone action while in this location. Hey Pontus, what's going on? The waystone in your location just became active. Place a waystone model so that it covers the marked top right corner of location 101. The most important function of waystones is to push back the mists of weirdness from neighboring locations, allowing you to explore them and safely travel through them. Each location card in Tainted Grail Kings of Ruin has two sides. A clear side with a brown frame and that symbol, which I told you about. For example, card 101 is facing this side. A Wyrdness side, covering side with white frame, and that symbol, card 102, has that right now. Whenever you activate a waystone, flip any of those Wyrdness locations that touch the place model to their non-Wyrdness side. Right now, location 102 to the north is still showing its Wyrdness side. Flip this location to the non-Wyrdness side, named Crooked Sentinel. Oh, the I actually I 3D printed these. I printed them myself. I 3D printed these myself off of. They are available for free on Thingiverse. So then there's action to select to proceed. So first, let's place our waystone. So I've made. Here is the one I painted this as well myself. So I painted this. This is so Brian would be happy. This is my attempt at painting the Wyrdstone, the waystone. So you can see. So it might be good, might not be. So we're gonna flip this over to its side, and then we're gonna have this. When I add more cards, it'll stay. We'll add that there to the side. All right. So there's ones with the crook in the middle like this, and then there's also ones that come fully square. Okay, so we've placed that, we flipped that over, and we're going to proceed. Gain the Hints Part 1 status, draw and resolve an event card, then exploration ends. So we go to, we have a sheet that has all the different things that we can do within the game. And the pink pen of pointing is also a writer. So we find hints, which is here, and we mark off hints 1. So if we ever come back here, we don't have to do that again. It'll be a different side of the story. And it says, then exploration ends. Cool. So end of exploration. We need to reveal an event card. Players perform actions in any order until everyone decides to end the day. Then we end the day, and then we do the start of day stuff. All right, so we can hide that. Minimize that down. All right, so let's talk, before we draw our event, let's talk about our dear lady here. So you get this lovely sheet of story. Whoever the woman is that does the voice work for, because she also, I think it's the same woman who did the voice work for Lands of Evershade, which just crowdfunded, and she is the reason why I backed Lands of Evershade. Like the story just pulled me right in, and it was so amazing that I was like, okay, all in. It's D&D 5e with wonderful narration. I just need that narration to be on a web app. Okay, so Gerdwin the Sellsword. 300 years ago, a giant fleet left the homelands, seeking refuge from the plague that ravaged the old world. At its helm stood Arthur, the one true king. He led the remnants of humanity to one place he knew was safe, an island beyond the mists, revealed to him in his dreams, Avalon. But dreams are fickle things. Arthur did not know the island already had its masters. Sorry. Let's see. Joel said what? FYI, I played through this game twice so far. Awesome game, but be warned, you might want to follow along with the storybook because the app has some flaws, mistakes in it, unless they updated. It just did an update recently, so Joe, they might be do it. They might have fixed it. I don't know. You'll have to let me know. For people who've played through this game for sure. He did not know about the Wyrdness that shrouded Avalon, the primal power of change capable of warping human minds and bodies. As his fleet approached the island, heavy storms broke it apart. Most ships landed on the eastern coast together with Arthur, his court, Merlin, and most of the Round Table. A new Camelot was founded there. Wars were lost and won, and many heroes arose. This is not your part of the story. Your ancestors were the unlucky few who crash-landed in the west, on a remote part of Avalon, cut off from the king by clouds of Wyrdness, high mountain ranges, and the enemy capital, Tuathan. Yet your people survived, clinging to strips of desolate land and forging their small tribal kingdoms. Move it up. In the years that followed, 3 great heroes were born out of their struggles. One by one, they traveled east, hoping to find the one true king. Their journey transformed them, imbuing them with powers not intended for mortals. And one by one, they failed to find Arthur. One by one, they returned to your lands, drowning them in chaos and earning themselves a new name, the Kings of Ruin. The sparse network of waystones, ancient mileposts that repulsed Wyrdness and allowed safe travel, suffered in their wake. Many stones were shattered, others drowned in mist too deep for anyone to find and activate them again. And this brings us to you. A battle-born daughter of a sellsword regiment, your mother, a camp kitchen wench, bore you in the midst of a siege. She could not afford to leave her life in a traveling warband, so she had no one else to care for you. Yet she was adamant you should not grow into one. One of the cooks, provisioners, or prostitutes who followed the regiment. Instead, you were taught to shoot and fight from an early age by some of the deadliest fighters in Avalon. It took a lot of sweat and blood for you to gain a place amongst camp guards, armed defenders who protected the tents and wagons while the army was away. Then, you proved yourself in a real battle when a rival warband tried to pillage your camp. In time, you became one of few women who became a full-paid foot marksman of the Iron Wall Brigade. Over the years and through many campaigns, the brigade became your family, until it was betrayed and destroyed when the king of Lothian fell. The survivors scattered across several realms, but Keelan Coldfire, the brigade's commander, knew a day like this would come. There was a backup plan. Should the Iron Wall Brigade fall, the survivors were to meet at a certain remote stone in Lothian a year later, to regroup and start anew. If that proved impossible, they were to meet a year later, or the one after that, or however long it took. And of all survivors, you were the most important one, as fate put the banner of the fallen brigade into your hands. Ooh, got caught on table there. Yet, you never made it. While you rested in the coastal area of Four Maidens, waiting for the full year to end, chilling news came. The last waystone on King's Pass, the crucial hub between various human kingdoms, fell. The lands of the pass were covered in Wyrdness so deep no traveler could navigate it. The final link between 4 major areas of Western Avalon was severed, and all those who tried to restore it never returned. You could not make it to the meeting place. You could not return the banner where it belonged. Desperate, you kept hoping that the way to Lothian would open one day, certain your brothers and sisters in arms would still come to the meeting, regardless of how much time has passed. This spring, word reached you that the Wyrdness finally slithered back from the King's Pass. They say the damaged waystone at the pass is almost within reach. An opportunity like this won't happen again in many years. You could not wait. You set foot on the Lost Mountain Trail, just like many other travelers, merchants, mercenaries, and vagabonds. But unlike them, you do not lust for the riches of the lost human kingdoms. You just want to finish your journey and finally return home. Yay, story! I love story! So that is why you're doing what you're doing. So not only do we have this status sheet, which is double-sided because it also has a place for you to make notes if you need to, but you also have, if people got the expansion for Fall of Avalon, but it comes built into Kings of Ruin, is that you get this lovely set of secret cards that if you complete all 3 of these, I get secret card 314, 315 if I complete these, and 316 if I complete these. So what do these things? Let's see if they'll fit under here. There we go. So it says, anytime have at least 10 wealth, go to, then I get to go to Gerdwin's memory 1. So I check that off, go to memory 1. During the day, you're in location 125, the Southlands, go to her memory 2. During the day, lose 2 terror during single day from your character weakness overloaded. Go to Gerdwin memory 3. And once I do all 3 of these, then I get to see this secret card to see what it is. For here, during diplomacy, and you'll all have to kind of, if someone wants to take a quick screen grab, because I'll probably forget this. During diplomacy, resolve something while you are going insane. So resolve, I guess, a diplomacy check while going in, while you are going insane. And I go to memory 4. Anytime have at least 4 of any attribute, go to Gerdwin. If I have 4 of any attribute, I go to this. And during combat, win purple encounter using your character's ability Hunt. And I go to memory 6. So nice little challenges here. Then these ones, anytime you have at least 2 items with the shield keyword, boom, during combat, win Knight of the Oval Table, purple combat encounter, and I go to that memory, and win a combat encounter with no cards remaining in your deck. Go to memory 9. That's going to be a hard one to do. So she also has this one that says Yesterday's Flame. So in location 135, Amber Shores, if I spend 2 energy, look for your former comrade Owen, go to memory 10. I guess I have to do all of these before I do this. Yeah, it looks like it. So to do all of this, I have to do all 9 of these to get all 3 of these. And once I have all 3 of those, I then can do this, which is a pretty nice little challenge to have on the character. So that's going to be kind of what we'll be looking to have her do as we play. Okay, we have to resolve an event. So let's see. Emma Powell is the compelling narrator. Oh, she is amazing. Thank you so much, Ruby, for telling me that. She is amazing. That's something I've seen in other games by Awakened Realms. They basically remove information that would be important clues. Not a lot, but enough that makes the games much harder. I wish those weren't an add-on because the character stories are very cool. I was never able to get all 3 in either playthrough. Oof, so that sounds like deep challenges. Yeah, the last one requires all 3. Okay. So we need to resolve an event. So let's go ahead and resolve event Chapter 1, Part 1. Let's see what this is. So Chapter 1, Part 1. All right, so let's see. Place this card in your active events area. Now that the Waystone is active, you steel yourself for the journey ahead, knowing that reaching the King's Pass won't be easy. You're about to take your first step on a road to the pass when a strange feeling creeps up your back. Is something watching you from the mist? Your initial exploration now ends. You are free to do whatever you wish to pursue your quest. What is our quest? Reach the King's Pass, where roads leading to many forlorn lands cross. Remember, you may explore location 101 again to find more exciting places and stories. The exploration action is free. Yay, one of the things that annoyed me about Fall of Avalon has been solved. Exploration's free. So that is the first one that goes on here. And we're free to move about the cabin. Now, our character, boop, boop, here, is Gerdwin. She has one of her abilities is if we spend 1 energy, challenge a combat in your or a connected location, gain 2, basically put 2 damage on it at the start of the encounter. So if I'm able to kill something with 2 health left out, that ought to be interesting. This sounds like I need to wound something from afar, maybe. She has 1 aggression, 1 courage, 2 practicality, no empathy. No spirituality, so she's not spiritual. She doesn't care about anybody, but she is cautious. Her health is probably the highest out there, so it starts off at 8. Terra's at 0, and her starting energy is at 6. So we've got 6 to do stuff. She starts off with 2 food and 1 wealth. That's just out of the book that says that's what this specific character starts off with. And we've got stuff that we can do. So that is her. Okay. All right. So our order of operations for people who are like, well, what can you do? Well, order of the day. So we skipped the start of day. We just did that intro, what you did, and then we revealed our event. And then during the day, perform actions in any order until everyone decides to end the day. What are the actions that you can do? All of this. So exploring is free, but you can only in a non-weird location without a guardian. So if a guardian's there and it's or it's in Wyrdness, we can't do it. Challenge a guardian creature, the ones that roam the board. Gotcha. We could travel, which costs 1 energy per travel, basically moving from card to card. Move to a location connected to yours, resolve its effect if there's any, attach any new locations, and set them to their sides where necessary. We can activate a waystone. It costs 2 energy. And only in locations with an empty waystone slot, which makes sense for what we're trying to do. Pay 1 magic per character and 1 wealth or 1 food to do it. So there's still a cost, but it's not god-awful. My second thing I was annoyed about Fall of Avalon. Or offer the blood price. Pay 3 health per character and gain 2 terror per character to flip the waystone. So that sounds like a desperation move. Challenge a guardian. So there's that symbol right there. So challenge a combat guardian in your or connected location and put 2 damage on it. That's what that means. So we can start an encounter with a guardian from your location. So if a guardian is in our location, it will only attack us on its turn. So if we can move in its location and move out without having to deal with a lot of pain. The location action, that'll depend on what the location says to do. And then character ability, which you saw what we can do. So these are our possible actions that we can do today. The first action here says that we can put a timer on this, spend 2 energy to harvest wild crops and gain a food, or we could just explore for free. So I'm just going to explore for free because that's what I'm going to do here. So we're going to re-explore this area and see how this shakes out. So we're going back to 101 this time again. But this time, we do have the hints, so we don't do that. We then come down here, and we're going to check this out.
Once fertile farmland, now a dreary waste, punctuated by wooden carcasses of abandoned windmills. As you watch their frayed blades slice the grey sky to pieces, movement flutters in the corner of your eye. You feel something watching you from between the structures. But that can't be right. Only shadows dwell here, reminding sore-footed travellers of the region's opulent past.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Is this good? It must have cut out. It was showing that it was. Oh, sound's still gone. Okay. Did you hear the narration as well, or was that cut off, or was that muted as well? Hopefully y'all heard the narration. Sorry about that. No, it was showing that it was going, so I just muted and then unmuted again. So, oh, okay. Oh, you did hear the narration. Okay, awesome. So I was saying that, I'll restate it. I was saying that now I get to choose an action. For one energy, I can go to the windmills. For another energy, I can follow the mysterious shadow, which requires at least one courage. And I said that I'm courageous, dang it, so I could do that. Or I can just do a big old nope and turn back and return to the Four Maidens. Whew. Should I be stupid? I'm gonna do the thing that people do in horror movies. I'm gonna be dumb. I'm gonna follow this thing. So I'm gonna spend one energy, and let's see what fun is in store for us here. Check before expiration. If you have the Curios Part 1 status, select this option. We do not. So, stupid scrolling. All right, so let's see what's happening here.
Catching shadows is a fool's errand. As soon as you move in its direction, the shape struts away and disappears into the surrounding weirdness. To ensure it wasn't just hallucination, you approach the spot where it disappeared. The footprints on the ground are very real, and not human. Their shape and irregular gait betray that whoever left them was severely disfigured. A glint of gold in the mud catches your attention as you inspect the footprints. It is a small golden coin from Homelands, bearing the countenance of King Arthur Pendragon. A hole drilled through it with a leather strap revealed the creature was wearing it as a charm. You know of only one group that wears the mementos of one true king as their amulets. But what would they do so close to civilized realms? You fail to find more clues, but you do locate another, smaller and more regular set of tracks, leading from one of the neglected farm fields to one of the dilapidated windmills. Is someone still living there, sustaining themselves on wild crops?
Okay, so we gain 1 wealth and the Curios Part 1 status. So we gain, take a red cube, and we're gonna put it, so we got 2 wealth. We got a little bit of ends. We're feeling good on ourselves. And Curios Part 1 status. Okay, so mark that off. And exploration ends. All right. Okay. So we've got 2 food, 2 wealth, no experience, and no magic. And magic lights this thing. So let's go ahead and we're going to spend 1 energy to move to this location. When we move to this location, we're going to grab 103, which falls under the purview of this, which is the Stone Chorus. And 104, which does not, and that will be on its weirdness side. All right, Pontus, no problem. So, as you can see, it's like building out a lovely, beautiful picture. And 103 is this one, which we'll have a dream. That's what that stuff's going to be. Oh, I plan to do the lightning bolt action. but then it has 2 time on it for this fast action to happen. Draw and resolve a green encounter, or 2 energy hunt, gain 2 food, draw and resolve a green encounter. Holy cow! Okay, it's a lot of green encounters there. So this is hunt and land, and then this one is the Wyrdness one. So as soon as you move in here, each party member gains 1 terror. And then there's a Book of Secrets verse 70 that goes through for this one if we go in there. All right, so we got here, and this one says, as soon as we get here, immediately, if you don't have the hints part 2 status, explore this location. So we have to explore 102 because we don't have that. So 102. Click before expiration if you don't have the hints part 2 status, which I don't.
With the dreary shunned lands behind you, you now draw close to King's Pass. You've already walked this road once, in the opposite direction, though the time makes memories into a blur. You know there should be a narrow, winding trail leading up to the pass not far in the east. To the west, the land drowns in pure Wyrdness. You'd rather not take that path, as each step through this ever-shifting mist is a real danger, and spending a night in its coils can cost you your life or sanity. Still, they say that adventurers brave enough to walk beyond the lights of Waystone sometimes find things that wouldn't be possible otherwise, for better or worse.
Okay. So we've got tutorial. When you enter a new location, you first resolve, like Joe just said, you first resolve any lightning instructions. As soon as you complete them, check all direction keys of your location and attach any cards that match the keys to its sides. However, note that each location card has 2 sides, which we saw before, a clear side and a Wyrdness side. Any locations that have Waystone's models in one of the corners is on the clear side, otherwise not. Attach new locations, place 103 on its clear side and 104 on its weird side. Gain hints part 2 status. All right, so we got that. Proceed. Exploration ends. All right, so we've landed here. We've done what we needed to do. We can still explore what's here if we want. If we move here, we're doing a green encounter. That seems bad. And since there's no card and no symbol in the corner to make that not bad, but we're exploring, right? We've got energy left. I think I am going to explore 102. I just need to. I'm going to explore. So let's go back to 102. All right, and we are on this one because we have hints part 2.
A crooked statue of a hooded four-dweller presides over the rolling hills, a repulsive memento that this land once belonged to other, much older beings. They say the former rulers of Avalon left these statues, commonly called menhirs, all over the island. To what end? You cannot fathom. The statue's long cloak splits near the base, providing enough space for a grown human to squeeze inside. A broken rune wagon rests on the side of an old trail that weaves past the sentinel, the wagon's guards looking at you suspiciously.
So we've got some options here. We can demolish the statue. It requires at least 2 aggression. I don't have that. This vile thing shall not spook travelers any longer. So I don't have that, so I can't do it, but it costs 2 energy to do it. 1 energy to enter the statue. 1 energy study the magic ore of the statue. Requires at least 2 spirituality. And the faint notion. Yeah, nope. Searched a mound beyond the statue or approached a broken rune wagon. Ooh. Oh man, I don't want exploration to end if I don't do this. I'm gonna search the mound beyond the statue.
A child foraging for food among the hills notices you and runs toward the windmills to the south. The structures might be occupied.
Oh, I was just at some windmills. Okay. Damn it. I should have went the statue. All right. So only in those locations without a guardian, open the exploration journal to the page with the explored location. So can I, this is the one thing I don't, it doesn't say explicitly that you can only explore one location for people who know this. And once again, this is me learning. Can I explore again for free? I believe I can. Because it doesn't explicitly say that you can't. 8 and 11. 11. I think I can. Yes, you can. Okay, cool. So we're going back in. We're going back in, people. All right. So let's approach the broken rune wagon. If you're playing chapter 5, nope. If you have, nope. Otherwise, read on.
Rich nobles of Avalon often travel with wagons like this. Ironclad mammoths of thick oak, walls adorned with runes meant to ward against Wyrdness. Yet all this arcane protection did nothing to save the wagon from a broken axle. 2 men-at-arms and a coachman now try to repair it, but the wagon's sheer size and weight make it almost impossible.
Okay, so we can spend 2 energy if I have one practicality. Spend 2 energy, help them repair the wagon. Forcibly barge into the wagon requires at least 1 aggression. The escort's busy repairing the wagon and the door doesn't look locked. If you wait for the right moment, ask them where they are going and what's inside. Ask them why they fly the banners of the dead kingdom. Oh, 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 oh. This is story for her. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen, Kevin.
One thing about the rune cart immediately catches your attention. A tattered flag depicting 2 golden balls on a green background. Even after all these years, you'd recognize this coat of arms anywhere. You fought your first battles in its shadows. You've bled and nearly died for it. Now, excitement mixed with anxiety washes over you as you see it again. The banner of the lost kingdom of Lothian, the land of Claudyne the Unknighted. You ask the men-at-arms about the meaning of the banner. One is excited enough to tell you the Lothian shall rise again soon. The other immediately silences him. Could it be that a Lothian noble waits inside the wagon? The old, fat King Loth who spent so many years straining the hospitality of the 4 maidens nobles? His snake of a wife? Or maybe, you shudder, the Dolorious twins themselves?
If you don't have the rumors in here and hearsay part 1 status, which I don't, Gerdwin loses 1 terror and gains 1 energy. Oh, buddy, I'll take that. Gain the rumors and hearsay part 1 status. Okay. Rumors and hearsay part 1. Exploration ends. We're not done yet. I played through with Gerdwin. She was a lot of fun. Good story. Don't worry. I won't spoil anything. Don't worry. But I'm thankful for you helping me with the rules. Well, gotta go meet with the boss. Have fun, y'all. All right, Jess, take care. Let's go back in for 102 because I'm gonna go back to that Shun Lands and deal with that windmill. But let's finish up here. So, oh, I think I'll have to. I need the energy because the reason why I say that is because she has this lovely little affliction. Here, overloaded. After you travel, if you have less than 2 energy, lose 1 health. Yeah, no. So, if I want to move, oh, I could spend an energy because then I can move and explore and stop there. So I could spend 1 energy to enter the statue. So we're going to do that. We're going to spend the 1 energy to enter the statue.
You squeeze into a narrow opening at the foot of the statue, and a vile stench immediately overwhelms you. Some previous travellers decided to use this hidden place as a toilet and adorn the walls with profanities.
Oh, that's gross. If you have at least 1 caution, which I do, then do this, okay?
Among the obscene messages, you find a hidden note written with charcoal. Saga, I did as instructed. Pushed everything into Wyrdness to the west, 100 paces forward and 20 to the left of the old milepost. Don't let this stuff sit here for too long, or something strange is bound to happen.
Okay, gain secret message part 1. Okay, secret messages part 1. New lead. Someone hid something in the Wyrdness covered lands to the west. Alright, so let's do with leads. I got the small little book, but that book's too pretty. I don't want to write in it. I'll just write on this sheet. Someone hid something in 104 Wyrdness. All right, so we got that. Exploration ends. Okay. So my next bit now is to travel south so we can find out who that person is that ran down below. So I'm going to spend 1 energy to move here. There's no fast event to deal with. And then I'm going to explore this 101 one more time. I'm loving the story. The story's pretty fun. So, nope, we have the hints. We've already read through that. Oh no, I need to spend an energy to go to the windmill. It says after you travel. So I'm going to spend that energy. I'm not traveling anymore. So spend that energy going down to 2 to go to the windmills. If you have the sharp truth part 1, nope. If you have the nope. If you have the negotiate, nopes. If there is a timer on this location, nope. So none of these are true.
Footprints of a small child weave between the fields and ruins, eventually leading you to an inhabited windmill.
Okay, let's proceed.
The family dwelling in the windmill somehow managed to avoid the worst effects of exposure to Wyrdness. Still, they are malnourished, half-wild, and suspicious. They treat you as if you were just another hallucination, or worse, a weird spawn.
I'm going to attempt to gain their trust. This will test your diplomatic skills. I'm a statesman, dang it, with 1 caution. Let's do it. Find secret card 199. Secret card 199. Oh, that's not good. All right. The Windmill Denizen's Blue Encounter, which is what it is. Resolve the encounter according to the standard diplomacy rules. After resolving any encounter drawn from the secrets deck, you should return it there and not the encounter deck unless the game specifically asks you to add it. Okay, so we got to do encounter stuff. So this is the denizens of the windmill. Stuff, things, the like. We start here at the bottom because they do not trust us. So we'll put a starting marker there. There's actually a thing to print out that I was thinking about doing, but I probably am going to, that you can fit this card in that has a slider that slides this up and down, which I'm probably going to do. So these are the symbols that I don't have, but the first card I get to place on diplomacy is free. It doesn't have to match symbols or anything for me to do anything. Now, if I'm able to get this symbol matched up, that means that I get to, let's see, I got to make sure I read this right. In terms of diplomacy, I got a diplomacy bit right here, a diplomacy card. So we've got encounters for starting diplomacy, and then diplomacy checks. Diplomacy 28. This is how we learn as we do, people. I learn by doing. Okay, so we'll start a diplomacy. We'll draw our 3 diplomacy card decks. We'll set the duration die, which is set to 3, which is at the top up here. We've only got 3 rounds to deal with this. On their turn, it's going to move the track down 1 wherever it is, and then we're going to lose 1 time on that. So basically, we've got 3 rounds to get this to green or gray. Either way, green or gray. We cannot be in the red. That's the goal, right? The conclusion, if we're in the green, we gain 1 food. If we're in the gray, nothing happens. And if we're in the red, lose 1 health and gain 1 terror. Awesome. Awesome sauce. There's one thing that I could not figure out about these symbols, but we'll play it where it lays. All right, so I don't think this stuff's going to affect us anyway because we don't have either one of those. So this is where it's going to start, right? They give you a lovely diplomacy thing to tell you how to work this. So starting diplomacy, draw 3 cards from the diplomacy deck. You may redraw, so mulligan if you need. Set the die to the number indicated by the encounter duration. Place the universal marker on the starting slot of the affinity track. Check the enemy traits, if anything, and then we start playing. So there we go. All right, so let's put this here. We're going to put a marker thingamadoo here on the lowest possible thing. Set the timer to 3, and then we're going to shuffle and draw 3 cards. I thought when you played solo it's 4, but I guess they decided not to do that. Like I was watching Rolling Solo's play of the prototype, and it was, you know, you would get 4, but I think there, and this thing was not there, but I think that's just kind of what they did. All right, so 1, 2, 3, and our 3 cards are, like I said, this is my first time, so we've got this Flash of Insight. So this lets us play an extra card. This lets us draw a card, but we have to spend a magic, and then those are the symbol matchings, right? So then if we, and it also has, if this card is discarded, we lose 1 time. Ooh. We have this, as you can see, the sides like to match up pretty well. You may gain 1 terror to lose the time, so that's if we're trying to rush. So we've got it up to gray and we're trying to rush. But the symbols kind of help a little bit more. Nothing happens there. And then my 3rd card, ooh, that's awful. But this at least raises it up 1. And then I get some stuff, at least for caution, lets me play an extra card. And this tells me I discard 2 cards, I believe. Diplomacy. So if I use that ability. These all suck. So I'm trying to think if I want to redraw. I might redraw. Let's see what redraw looks like for diplomacy. Affinity track. Yeah, 4. If you gain that from a key, move them. It moves it up based on symbol. So that's not going to help her at all. She needs empathy or spirituality to move it. So I got to move this thing on my own. Yeah, we're going to need to diplomacy 27. So 27, when we draw, it says we can redraw. I'm wondering if I can keep stuff and see what it goes. That's what I'm going for. If you redraw. If you don't like your starting hand, you may put it next to your diplomacy deck and draw a new hand with 1 fewer card. Then shuffle your previous starting hand into diplomacy deck. You may repeat this until fun times. I think I will. I'm going to set these aside. Yeah, because none of these are going to help me. I'm going to set these aside, and then I'll draw 2 new cards. And shuffle these into the diplomacy deck. Eventually, I'm only going to have 1 card, and I got to do what I got to do. So shuffle those up. I've got Keen Sight. Ooh, that's... These suck! Well, this will just be my starting one, right? Oh, these are worse! Set these aside and I'll draw 1. Okay, this is better. This is just awful. Okay, so I'm going to play this as my opener. Because that's all I can do at this point. 27. I just want to see the symbols. The symbol breakdown for these. Discard the last diplomacy card of the sequence. Some cards have, if this card is effect, so it's the last card. This would say, when I put this down, discard the last 2 cards of the sequence when this is activated. This is just bad. So first thing I'm going to do is move this up 1 because I have that 1 symbol. None of those things else matter. And then get rid of 2 cards in the sequence. Does that include? I don't think that includes that card, but it might. I think it might. Oh no, that's a free card I get to place. That's a free card I get to place, so I'm okay. So this doesn't trigger. It's just these effects. So I just move it up 1. That's all I got. So on that ends my turn. There's really nothing else I can do. Actually, this was a bad card to do that to. I might not do anything this round. But if I don't, I don't have anything on your turn that you're going to hurt me. So I'm not going to place that card. Just on your turn, you'll move it down, and then you'll switch down to 2. Then I draw up to my hand size. This works. Okay. This is so much better. So I'll put this down, which will let me play another card, and says you may pay 1 wealth to move the track up, which I'll do. Wait, do I want to do that now? I could do this one. Oh, it's the same stinking card. I gotta move this track. And if this lets me pay an extra card, this will let me play an extra card. And then this will move it up. So we'll do, that'll work. So we'll do this one, which will let me play an extra card. I'll pay 1 wealth to move the track up once. Then with my extra card, yeah, this works. I'll play this, which will let me play an extra card, and it says if this card's discarded, I raise this up. Can you zoom in on? Oh, sorry. Zoom. Here, let me go to the other way. Go back to here and do card cam. Okay. So we're here. I'm here. I'm going to play this card here and pay the 1 wealth to move it up 1. I get to play an extra card. So then I'm going to play this card, which also lets me play an extra card. And if this card is discarded, raise up the affinity track, and it's a 2-timer. And my extra card that I'm going to pay is this one that lets me raise it up to 2 more, and then I have to discard 2 cards. So we'll go up 1, 2, and then discard 2 cards in the sequence, this one, and then this one, which will raise it up 1 more, which puts me at green. Oh, okay, which puts it up to the green. Okay, so those are discarded. Then on their turn, they're going to lower this down 1 and spin this bad boy down to 1. Then my hand's empty, so I'm going to redraw 1, 2, 3. And honestly, I want to get in that green. I mean, we got it in gray. Like, if I play this, I'll be able to draw a card because I have 1 caution. And I can kill the time with it too. I could gain a terror to lose 1 time, which will knock that to 0. But I want to do more. All this does here is raise it up 1 just to guarantee, but I'll be in gray, I won't be in green. But at least I'll pass it. So let's do that. So I'm going to do this. That lets me do that bottom one to raise it up to green. But I don't get, that's it. I don't get to play another card, that's it. So then it'll tick to 0. We got to finish the round. It doesn't immediately end when I hit greens. We got to get through the time. So this will push it back down, sadly. But this ticks to 0 and time's up. So we finished, we discard. And we completed with gray, not red. So it says nothing happens for what we're doing. So let's go back to the story. So yes, it is. Gain Negotiator Part 1 status. Let me in or I'll burn your house. Let me in and I'll burn your house to the ground. Negotiator Part 1 status. And continue.
The family invites you to their hideout on the second floor of the windmill. The path leads up a retractable ladder and past thick oaken doors marred with claw marks. In a cramped room above, you learn that all settlers from this area fled soon after the Wyrdness came. However, these people firmly believe that the king in the east will return and save their land. And so they wait, harvesting wild crops whenever someone lights the nearby waystone.
If you're playing with Elgin and you don't have Kyros, Part 10, nope, we're over here.
While you're wrestling with your thoughts, the woman keeps talking. You learn the Wyrdness and ramshackle dwelling is now the least of her worries. Every couple of months, a strange group of men in robes travels down the old path to King's Pass that leads west from the Crooked Sentinel. They were here just a fortnight ago, and ever since this visit, the woman's second daughter, 14-year-old, fair-haired Alyssa, blessed with the voice of an angel, has not been seen.
A young girl from the windmill was suddenly taken by a strange-looking band that traveled the old path west of the Crooked Sentinel. So that's the second thing in 104. So little girl missing. In 104. So we got to go to 104. Okay, so that's where we're headed. Cool, exploration ends. Okay, so I mean, we'll take 1 damage, but I could take 1 damage and gain 2, which will put me at 4. So I think I'm going to use my once per day Reliant Act to lose 1 health to gain 2 energy, going up to 4. I'll spend 1 to travel up here, and I haven't gotten any food then. This immediately says if you don't have the hints Part 2 status explore here, but we don't need to do that. That's our bit. So I think I'm going to chill here for the day. And I got 1 energy left. It says if it's less than 2, so I can actually move to the Wyrdness and see what's going on. I must know. The curiosity's killing me. I have to do it. We're going to spend 1, and we're going to move over here. Each party member gains 1 terror, and then go to the Book of Secrets, verse 70. So let's see. Is there check secrets? Yeah, verse 70. Remember, after resolving the effect, you should always check the direction keys of the location card to see whether any new locations are revealed. After you finish this exploration, be sure to reveal a new location. If you have the secret messages part 1, do I? I do! I have secret messages part 1. Or at least 1, we could do this. I do. Okay, so we got to reveal 107 first. So this slides up. In. And we're doing 107. It's going to be on its weird side. So let's move up a little. It's going to be on its weird side, so that's going to be there. And we have this, so what does this say? Check before exploration. If you have the Sticky Fingers Part 2, I do not. Otherwise, read on. Gain 2 food. Alrighty. Gain 2 food. 1 wealth. 1 magic. And 1 item A. Ho ho! They say. They say. So these are all the items A's. There are a whole bunch of cards of those. We shuffle these up and we're going to draw one. And we proceed. Okay, so we'll grab an item A and let's see what we got. During diplomacy, discard this card to roll a die. 1 to 4, raise it once. 5 to 6, raise it twice and gain a wealth. So we're Dice of Fate. All right, that's another item we have for diplomacy. And then proceed. Gain the Sticky Fingers Part 2 status. Okay, and expiration ends. Okay. I don't feel like taking another Terra to deal with this. What is up there? It looks like a crater. Anyway, I think I'm gonna end my day. So let's call end of day. So at end of day, resolve the end of day effects. Okay. Rest. If you're exhausted, gain 4 energy. Otherwise, place your marker on its starting slot. Recover. You may pay 1 food once to gain. Yep. So I'll do that. I got a bunch of food, so I'm going to pay 1 food, and it says I gain 1 health, 1 energy, which is a bonus, and lose 1 terror. Suffer from Wyrdness. So I'm in a Wyrdness space. Damn it. Lose 2 health. 1, 2, and gain 2 terror. Well, that sucked. Advance your character by paying XP. Modify your deck. If you're in a location with... I'm not. You may read the visions. Start the next day. So go to stage 1. Okay, stage 1. Resolve the start of day effects. Cool. Remove any timers that are on there. Flip locations that don't have a waystone on them to their weird side. Activate any guardians. Clear the active event area. Okay. Except for ones that are quests. And then reveal the new event. New event. As you make camp, you notice strange shapes lurking in the dark at the edge of your vision. In the late evening silence, their inhuman whispers reach your ears, making your skin crawl, even though you can only make out single words. The sword of old, cradle, ruined ones, the passage east. Finally, you can't take it anymore. You grab a flaming branch from the campfire and swing at them, sending sparks into the starry night above. The shapes slither back into the darkness, though you are confident they will return soon. It's best to hurry. Come on. So I gained 1 health to lose 3 and gain 3 terror. Sweet. Awesome. Great game. GG. Let me put this board over here so y'all can see it better. Cool. And this will ready up. Okay. So cool. So now it's during the day I get to do stuff. Damn it, the little girl's lost. I gotta go find her. Crap. We can light this that stone there if we need to. I'm gonna spend 1 to move. That doesn't trigger anything because we've already got the hints. I'm probably gonna die already, so let's spend another 1 to move over here. And this one, it says immediately drop 2 timers on this bad boy. and draw and resolve a green encounter. So this is our first green encounter that we're going to be dealing with, which is this guy, which is a weird rat. At the end of encounter, remove this card from the game. Okay, so let's put this over here. We're going to grab the combat deck, shuffle it up. I want to stay zoomed in with these cards. Next time we play, I'm going to make this area here the zoom in area for the cards, so you don't have to see this breakup on board play. Sorry, I did not anticipate that the visualization for the cards would be that bad, so I apologize. All right, so we'll go ahead and draw 1, 2, 3. Let's see what we got. We've got Silver Bolt. I've got 2 practicality, so that could be something that could be helpful for us. If you're fighting a purple enemy, oh, nope, that would be great too. We've got place 1 charge on this card, pay 1 charge. The next something card played doesn't need to gain the... Oh, the next card, combat card, doesn't need to gain the bonus to play again, okay? And we've got... Ooh, look at that. Now that's pretty. Oh, that is pretty. Okay, we got to find a way to make that work. Wow. So I could put down a card. It's a free card. I think this might be my free card that I put down. I think that's what that's going to be. Because I have aggression, I get to do that. And you ignore the middle thingy. So can we have it as a pet? So I'll put 2 damage on the were-rat. I wish I could do more. Or instead of doing that, we could save that. And we could do this one, which will let us draw 1 card. But we'd have to have 2 to do the damage. And here, basically, if I don't play a card, it's going to hit me for 1. I get to draw a card, and I have to discard a card. If I do play a card, if it's a 0-2 health on its turn, it's going to hit me for 2. If it's a 3-4, it's going to hit me for 1. And when I defeat it, I'll gain 1 loot. So right now, this will let me draw a card because I do have courage. And if I spend a magic, I could draw another card. But this big hitter card seems cool. I could do this to just let me... That's my free play to let me draw a card. Oh, maybe that's what I need to do. If I play this one, it'll let me draw a card. And then... that's just kind of the free play one. I'll be right back. I have to step away. I told you I'd have to do this from time to time, so I need to step away for a second. All right. Sorry about that. Okay, so... All right. So let's see. What was our plan for this rat? These cards suck. Let's see. Place 1 charge on this card. Pay 1 charge. The next card played doesn't need to gain the bonus. So I could... The powerful bolt, though, thing is bad. These cards... This is the only good card of what I have. The other 2 cards are terrible. And I don't want to lose this card. I really don't want to lose this card. But I'm feeling like I might need to mulligan. I feel like I might need to mulligan these. I don't want to... This is a really good card that can inflict a lot of damage. But these 2 cards suck. I could play 1 as my main, if you're fighting, which will let me draw an extra card. But I don't get the bonus. This is just my free placement card. I think I gotta do this. This is the one I gotta put down. So I gotta do that. Which will let me draw a combat card, which is defend. Defend ain't bad. Defend lets me play another card. Like if I do that, this is such a waste. But place 1 black timer on this card. When the timer's removed, draw a card. And on the enemy turn, prevent 2 damage. So I could do that. Like, the powerful bolt's just good, but it's so situational, and I don't have the cards to... Oh, I do. I do, actually. I can do this. So I can do that here. So now I do have 2 practicality, so I get to play a bonus card. Nothing happens here. To which I can now do this for my bonus card. Oh my gosh, which is 3 damage on him. Wow, that was a lot. That was a lot to slap 3 damage on this rat. He has 5 health. The rat has 5 freaking health. I can't play anything else, so the enemy is going to attack. So it has 3 health on it, so it's going to hit me for 1. Then after the enemy's phase, discard this card. And I draw 2 cards. Well, crap. Let's see. This is straight trash. I could kill him if I had a magic slot, but oh, I do. I can put this here to gain that. If you are escaping, which I'm not. And then I don't want to waste this magic, but I'm going to. I'm going to play this to do 1 more damage. And I'll waste the stinking magic. Actually, if I do 1 more damage, it prevents 2 damage coming in. That's what that says, prevents 2 damage. So I could try this 1 more time. I don't want to use that magic. I don't want to. But I don't feel like I'm going to get anything else that's helpful to my life. So I'm going to do that and hit this rat for just 1. I'm going to risk it for the biscuit here. On his turn, I prevent 2 damage based on this card, so I could just slide these over. So prevent 2 damage. So he's not going to hit me for anything. Then I will draw. Please let me kill him. And there we go. 1 damage for practicality, and he's dead. Ooh, we kill him without using magic, and we gain 1 food. So, yay. I had 2 cards left before that fight was over. And we defeated him. 2 cards left. So, he is defeated. He is removed from the game. So, I'll just throw him there. Cool. We can gain 2 food if we want to do this, but I don't because I'm taking damage left and right here. So we need to place... That was the thingamadoohickey that came for us. So now we need to place 105 on its weird side. I'm tired of gaining terror, so I'm going to light that menhir. I'm going to light it up. To light a menhir, it costs, or a waystone, pay 1 magic and 1 food. And it costs 2, 1, 2. And we light that puppy up. Here's the other way, the other one I painted. So we light this up. This will flip over. And it is the wagon bag. For 2 energy, lose 2 terror and 1 terror more for each point of your empathy. Okay, so that's how we stop ourselves from going crazy. I think we're getting to that point where I need to do self-reliant to gain 2 more energy, 1 to move up, 2 to get the terror. So we'll do self-reliant. I'm going to gain a terror to gain 2 energy. Then I'm going to spend 1 to move up here. And then I'm going to spend the last 2 to reduce this by 1, 2. And then I'm going to explore this area. Good lord. 105. Oh man, this is rough. Okay, 105. Check before expiration. If you have the red color filter, I do not. Whatever the hell that is. Let's do some reading.
The last stretch of trail just before the King's Pass is safe and almost free of weirdness. Perhaps this is why a well-armed group of mercenaries and brigands set up their camp here. With the road blocked by a circle of their armoured wagons, no one can go further north without their consent, and without paying an exorbitant toll.
Okay, so check before action. If you don't have the obstacles part 1 status, I do not.
As you reach the wagon fort and walk up to the only gap between the wagons, you notice several archers eyeing your every move from behind oaken bulwarks. A scar-covered man in a leather jerkin walks out of the camp to meet you. Dozens of metal rings braided into his beard clink as he goes. "You want to get to the pass? The toll is an ounce of gold per head." You gasp. This is way more than you could have expected, and certainly more than you can afford.
Congratulations. You're closer to your goal, but there's a new problem to overcome. Each character gains 1 experience. Discard your active quest, which is this guy. Okay, so let's put you at the bottom of the deck. Find and resolve the Chapter 1, Part 6 card. Do not change the structure of the rest of the cards. Okay. Chapter 1, Part 6. Place this card in your active events area. A group of brigands blocks the trail up to the King's Pass with their heavy war carts and extorts outrageous tolls. Short of collecting more gold than you've seen in a year, your only choice is to find a way to dislodge them from the trail. Quest: find a way to get rid of the Wagenberg 105 to continue your journey north. Hint: there are many hidden ways to achieve this goal. Okay. Gain the obstacles part 1 status. New lead. You must son of a goodness. You must find another way to get past Wagenberg and reach the King's Pass to the north. Important. You have just completed a major quest and started another. Tainted Grail is an open-world adventure where players may pursue many side activities and alternate paths. Depending on your choices, some chapters may take many, many hours of play. This is why, for your convenience, after most major chapter parts, the journal will inform you this is a good moment to save your game. If you see this message, consider stopping your play session and saving. Reaching another such place may take many hours. Please note, saving the game outside of the recommended moments is also possible, but may require more steps or require additional notes. If necessary, save at the end of the day. This is a good moment to pause. Save your game and finish for now, or continue. Proceed, good people. That's why we're here.
The brigand commander blocks Wagenberg's entrance, looking at you expectantly.
So, we don't have any empathy, so no. Convince him to let you entertain the people. We're not Osbert. Ask why the toll is so steep. Attempt to fight your way in. Pay the toll. Requires a character pay 10 wealth per character. Ooh. Screw it. Let's attempt to fight our way in. We've got 4 health. We're gonna die. Let's make it a story, right? Let's go out in a blaze of glory.
As soon as you begin to stir trouble, a deafening boom comes from one of the wagons. You curl in half with pain, your body riddled with shrapnel from a hand cannon. Not willing to risk taking another shot, you slither back into the mists, leaving a bloody trail.
That was a bad idea. I'm dead. Each party member loses 4 health, reduced by 1 for each point of caution. So I'm down to 1 health, and gains 1 terror exploration ends. I'm down to 1 health. Good lord. Okay, that sucked. That was not smart. That was not smart at all. Oh boy. I think I'm done for the day. Oh, there's supposed to be a card here. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. I think I might be done. I might be done with suggestions for the day. My suggestions might be done. Reflected Town is on the side. I might move over here, actually. Oh, God, yes. They can heal me. They can heal me. I'm spending 1. I'll take another. If I travel, I'll die. So I have to stay here for the day, unfortunately. All right, so we will call end of day because that was not intelligent. Okay, We're not exhausted, but we're not going to go up high because we're here. Then we're going to pay 1 food to recover 1, 1, and 1. I'm not in any Wyrdness. To advance, I would need 4 XP. No modifying dex. If you're in a location with the blink thingy, I am not. Then start the new day. Remove 1 of these. No locations need to be flipped. No guardians on the board. Clear this guy. Am I putting them at... Yeah, I'm putting them at the bottom. And reveal the next event. Something visits you in the dead of night. Damn it. Book of Secrets. Damn it. Okay. Let's go to Book of Secrets. And it is 15.
The sound of the sea gently wakes you up. The same sound that accompanied you every morning for the last several years spent in Four Maidens. It takes a moment for you to realize you are no longer there. You are on a mountain trail, near the King's Pass. And this? This is not the sound of a sea, but countless overlapping whispers that blur together into a single liquid hum that rises and falls like a tide. This realization is enough to make you spring to your feet instantly. Crooked shapes sway in the dark around you, each horrible in its own way. They glisten with old coins that hang from them like amulets. Some pin scrolls or scraps of paper to their flesh. They carry torches, candles, braziers, anything that could light their path. King seekers. Cursed creatures obsessed with finding the way to the court of Arthur. Warped by Wyrdness they spend most of their time in. You've never seen so many of them in one place. Now you realize it is them who kept haunting you in your last days of journey. They were the shadows that seemed to follow your every step. But why did they seek you? The wind carries your name, one of the creatures says, interrupting your thoughts. The Wyrdness shows glimpses of the future. We've seen you, standing in front of 3 monarchs of ruin. The sacred goblet filled with blood. The old crown restored. The road east open. The true king. The king! The king! Other king-seekers sway in excitement, repeating the words. The true king found. You tell them to go away. You're just a traveller. The goal that pushed you onto this trail already seems impossible, not to mention seeking a route east or facing the kings of ruin. But it seems you have little to say in the matter. The king-seekers keep closing their circle, ignoring your thrashing. They grab you by your arms, their long fingers digging deep into your flesh as their stench overpowers you. Finally, one of them lifts his hand and touches your forehead. You throw your head back in pain. It's almost as if white-hot iron touched your skin. The king-seekers immediately begin to retreat. One of us, they say. One of us. Seek the king. You collapse to the ground.
We are not in 109, sadly, so... Gain secret card 8. Uh-oh. I don't know if that's a good secret card to gain. We got Brand of the Kingseeker. To some, it is the highest honor, to others, a grime sentence. Drain a Waystone to read the Book of Secrets 900. Interesting. Okay. That's... I don't... What... I... No? So... That seems bad. Alright, so that was the event. Ready this up. We're ready to start our new day with 3 energy. Well, we're going to spend one of those to move over here. And then we're going to spend one to heal, spending 1 wealth to heal for 1, 2, 3, because that was just a bad idea. Can I only use... No, I can explore more than once, but can I only use a location's ability once per day? Let's see. Location action. Only in locations without a guardian. Use action visible on your location. But it doesn't say once per day. So, location action. Location action. 9 and 19. An action that may be performed in a location only if there is no guardian there. Because I'm willing to do that one more time. If anyone knows off the top of their head who have played, tell me. Many locations contain one action clearly visible in front. Performing this action is possible whenever a character is present in such locations. Locations are important as they often let you gather on... No, I can do it more than once. I can do this more than once. So, yeah, we're going to do this again because that sucked. We really don't need to, because I can spend a food to get to 6, reduce this down, and I'm okay. So, I don't think I need to. I should, because I'm making some stupid decisions. There's another waystone to light, but I need magic. Let's go exploring. Let's explore 106. So let's explore 106.
In ages past, a Lothian town stood at the edge of a clear mountain loch, its stone houses and spires reflecting in the water's silvery surface. The town is gone now, laid to ruin in some age-long past, but you've heard that the reflection lives on, etched eternally in the waters. A small stone shack rests by the shore, pieces of rubble haphazardly thrown together. A lone goat bleats in its wooden pen.
So, if you don't have Negotiator, I do. I have it already. For 2 energy, try to reach the overlook above the trail. Requires Gwendolyn and topography. Oh, this is how we get around that camp of death. Okay. 1 action, search the town's ruins. Take a swim in the lake. The water looks crystal clear and very inviting. I think I might do that. Look into a reflection of the lake. You cannot wait to see whether the legends are true. Let's look into a reflection of the lake first. If you have the red color filter, I do not.
The waters are still. You see only your tired face and the sky looming above your head. Perhaps these were all lies.
All right, let's head on back in there. 106.
In ages past.
Yeah. So you've never expected to find an inhabited home this close to the King's Pass. Let's go here. If there is a timer on this location, there isn't. If you have the notable deeds, I do not. If you have the... I do not.
In his simple dark robe with a clean-shaven face and a halo of long grey hair, the hermit looks almost like a monk. Tall and lean, he towers over you as he says with contempt, This is my place. What are you doing here?
Tell him you're looking for adventure. No. Tell him you're looking for a place to rest. Tell him you're a traveler trying to return home. Oh, I'm stuck between these two. What do y'all think? Do you think I should say, tell him I'm looking for a place to rest, or tell him I'm a traveler trying to return home? I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do, right? My story is I'm trying to get home. So I'll tell him I'm a traveler trying to return home.
The hermit invites you inside his cramped shack. It smells of soot and sweat. He gives you a mug of warm goat's milk. I know what it means to lose your home, he says, toying with an old green pendant hanging from his neck. To be trapped away from those you love. Anyway, did you come to see the reflected town? You'd be better off gambling in a brothel. The weather must be just right. The time of the day and night must be just right. It never happens more than a couple of times a year, sometimes even less than that. Seeing your disappointed face, he adds. But I know of something that could help you see the reflection, a real treasure. Once I would never part with it, but I think I used it for too long. It's no longer good for me, you see. I'm ready to trade for whatever you can offer in return. The hermit removes one of the stones from his shack's wall and gives it to you. The stone is heavy but appears mundane. Noting your confusion, the hermit scowls. What? You thought that's it? I just need you to hold it full. From the hole behind the stone, he removes a small item, carefully wrapped in layers of cloth, and hands it to you. Through this weird glass shard, you can see the reflected town at any moment. It also serves to reveal many other hidden things. Just go out and give it a try. But remember, if you ever find your way into the reflection, do not ever speak. Your voice will stir the waters, and then all sorts of horrible things will happen.
If you ever find your way into the reflection, do not ever speak. Okay. Take the red color filter out of the box. Important, from now on, whenever the verse you read contains any red covered text, you may use this filter to read it. Please note the blue covered text requires a different filter to decipher, one that you will have to find yourself. If you're using only the app, you will not have to use the red color filter physically. The app will ask if you have it unlocked whenever necessary. So, cool. Proceed. But it says I take it out of the box. It doesn't say I gain the status. Right? Oh, there is no status. Okay. All right, but I have the red color filter out of the box. And that looks like... Ooh. I just saw it. Where'd it go? That looks like this. That looks like this. So it's one of those things like you hover over and it shows text and whatnot. So we have that. So I'll just place it off to the side to say that we have it. Each character gains 1 experience. Hey, that's 2. We're close to getting something. Because right now I have 1 there. So if I want to gain another experience, I have to pay 2 times the number that's there. So it would be 2 times 1. Oh, sorry. 2. That would be 2. That's silly. It would be 2, 4, or 6, 8. So I'd have to pay 4 experience to gain the next dot, 6 experience to gain the next one, 8 experience to fill it up fully. I'm back. Boss didn't fire me, so glad you didn't get fired. Proceed. Exploration ends. We're gonna go back into 106 again. It got me. Something's up. Something's up. Something's up. I want to go for a swim because he said don't stir
In
the
ages
waters.
past, a Lothian town
take a swim in the lake. I cannot talk. So here we go. Spending my last energy to do this.
The water is cool and still. Floating among the reflected clouds of the sky above the lake feels almost like flying. The lake is so expansive that searching without a good idea where and what to look for will take a lot of time.
Okay. So look at the weird side of the card. And reading the lore description on its card sometimes reveals additional clues and point of interest. The lake's southeastern corner looks free of weirdness, as if something there repelled it, though there's no way to get there now. Southeastern corner. Cool. That's what we're doing. Ooh, I think we're going to do push onward. We'll take a damage to gain 2 of that, and then I will do that to go to the southeastern corner. If you have Curios Part 2, nope, I only have Part 1.
In the southeastern corner of the lake, you spot something glistening beneath the still surface. The water is shallow here. You dive and soon emerge holding a small, tightly sealed, ornate box. Inside, you find talismans, trinkets, and a small pile of ash with some strange, irregular metal nuggets. As you scratch off the layer of soot, you see a glint of pure gold underneath. You shudder. These are half-melted golden teeth.
Gain 1 wealth, 2 magicio, and the Curios Part 2 status. Exploration ends. Okay, so I think I should heal again. It'll cost my last energy 1 wealth. And I think that should do it. I'm going to spend this 1 wealth to heal 3. 1, 2, 3. And that should set me right. And I think next time we're going over here, we need to find this. We need to go around, so we got to go here because 108's up here, which means 109 might be here, which is where that dream story was. And we have another waystone that we can light, but that costs stuff I don't have. So, end of day. End of dia. So, end of day. We're not exhausted, so we're going to go back up to 6. I am going to spend my last food, which is probably the worst thing to do. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I might need that for something. Let me not get fast and loose with that. No, we're not in any Wyrdness. We only have 2 experience. We need 2 more to advance. No deck to modify. We're at a location with that symbol, so it says if you're at a location with that symbol, you may read the visions. What the frick does that mean? Come on, let it go. Let it go. Let it go. All right. I'm popping out an exploration journal to see what they're talking about the visions. Read the visions. Book of Secrets. Book of Secrets. Does 106 have a vision? 106. Visions. Boom. A calm dream of gold-bathed streets and colorful mass crowds. You dance. You eat. You wake strangely at peace. Each party member loses 1 terra. The visions end. Cool. Alright. Well, they don't have that in the app. Why? Anyway. Whatever. Okay, so we did the visions. Then start the next day. Remove counters. Anything that's going to be in Wyrdness. Nope. No guardians. Clear the active event. Reveal the new event. This is getting scary. Yep, something scary's coming. The lit waystone along the trail to King's Pass begins to attract unwanted attention. Search the green encounter deck for search the green encounter deck. Place the Hex Leech green encounter difficulty 1. Good lord. In the lowest number location with a waystone. If there are no waystones, place it in the lowest numbered location. Guardian encounters prevent you from exploring any location they're in, depending on the roll of the Guardian die made each day. They may also attack you, or even drain a waystone of its power. See the Guardian rules in the rulebook for more information. So, that just showed up. Let's... This one I have not painted, so please forgive me, because I don't want to put a card in its place. So it's... The hell is that thing? It's a weird worm. Like, they don't have the names of them on this. So I just have to believe it's this horrible thing. I'll have to paint more, so... Ooh. New mini smell. New mini smell. Alright, so it's this thing. And this is going to go here. It's the lowest one. Yeah, the lowest numbered location, so it's there. So that's what's there. That's the roaming monster. It is very far away, and it is big. Okay, so this resets. And then we have our day stuff. All right, so I gotta go over there. So I'm gonna spend 1 energy to move here. As soon as I get there, I'm going to take 1 damage. And then I read the Book of Secrets, verse 4.
Most of the battlefield is covered in thick weirdness. The shattered hills, cracked rocks, and discarded pieces of armor looming in its clouds. It's too dangerous to explore here now. Only one area seems remotely free. A flat expanse full of craters filled with black substance. One of these craters is boiling violently.
If you have at least one practicality, I do.
The other pools are quiet, and there are no hot springs or volcanic gases anywhere in sight. You realize that something else at the bottom of the middle pool is causing it to boil. You try to throw some things into the tar-like surface and find it quickly dissolves everything but metal. Given enough time, you could cobble together a simple grabber tool that would let you safely reach into the pool.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this. So I will spend 1, 2. If you have the blue color filter, I do not. If any character has secret 21 or 30, we do not.
You carefully fill the bottom of the pond with a hook attached to a metal pole. At first, you only fish out some small rocks. After a while, the hook strikes against something that feels metallic. The item is small. It slips off the hook several times before you are able to drag it out of the pond. As soon as you do, the pond's surface immediately grows still, just like the other ponds around it. At the end of the hook, you see a golden locket. You touch it carefully, but it's not hot. It wasn't the temperature that disturbed the weird liquid around the item. The locket bears the sign of the Aquilian royalty. It was an old kingdom back in homelands, beyond the sea, that resisted Arthur's conquest the longest. What a strange place to find such an item. You open the locket. Inside is a portrait of a young noble woman and a message. As soon as you read it, your knees begin to feel soft. You're holding something that belonged to one of the kings of ruin. The message says, "Remember your promise, Claudyne."
Gain secret card 21. Claudine's memento. A locket that was to remind Claudyne of a promise from the past. Oh, okay. So pay one energy to calm down, pay 1 magic to lose 2 terror once per day. A tune with a memento requires at least 4 practicality or 4 spirituality to read what that says. Interesting. Okay, well, we got a way to get rid of terror now. It'll cost magic, which seems to be rare, but we have a way. Okay, so then I gotta put this out, right? Let's put 108 out. That seems to be the extent of it. There's nothing else after that. Interesting. So somehow I've got to get money to get past these guards. There's a way to heal, there's a way to lose terror, there's another way to lose terror. There's this bastard that I have to kill. He'll give me 2 magic if I can beat him. The Iron Cage Fells. 2 energy, hunt in the glens. Gain 2 food, draw and resolve a green encounter. Well, there's no way to get to 109, and there's no way to light this thing. What the hell am I supposed to do? I went over here and I did this, and I found the stuff. I've gotten there. Oh, this is the wrong side. Whoopsies. Whoopsie. There you go. That was the wrong side. There's the Wyrdness side. Each party member gains 1 terror and go to Book of Secrets 20. Honestly, I don't know what to do. We gotta find the girl. She went west. Here. Because it said the girl, from my notes, little girl missing in 104. And I can't explore anything on its weird side. There's no way for me to flip that to its non-weird side. 10 gold I can't afford. I don't know. Anybody got any ideas? I'm open. I'm open to ideas. I don't know if... Am I seeing everything? Yeah, if anyone has ideas, I don't know what to do. I need a hint. I need a hint. I've explored 106, 105, 103, 102, 104, 101. I can't explore one... Well, I didn't explore 104. I'm trying to find I think that little girl is the way through. But I don't know how to get her. I thought that like there's another weird stone that could go here, which tells me that there's more up here. The problem is I thought that this is what would lead up here. There's a way to crawl over here, like to climb up, but to climb up I need a topography thing. I think I'm going to spend 1 to go up here. Maybe it might be up here if I have it. So let's come up here. I'm going to gain a terror, and I'm going to read verse 20. Book of Secrets. If you're playing chapter... I'm not playing chapter 5.
The weirdness grows denser as you walk up the hills, along an old path that seems to lead towards the King's Pass. Within the mists, blackened teeth of old iron cages jut from the hillside, some still holding twisted, motionless shapes. Soon, you see nothing but colourful fog in front of you, and you feel nothing but the physical pain of your body stretched into different directions by invisible powers. As you prepare to turn back, a song sounds in the mists, somewhere close by. It is so strange and beautiful you stop mid-step. The weirdness seems to resonate with the song. It wisps, swirling and dancing to the tune of the voice, but you see no clear way to reach it.
Ooh, and I do have the red color filter. I don't have Song of Avalon.
The shard allows you to see the song with your own eyes, a colourful ribbon that causes the weirdness around it to tremble. Following it, you eventually stumble upon a cage that looks freshly painted and unspoiled with rust. Within, a small girl sleeps, curled up on the ground. You inspect her from a safe distance with trepidation, but she seems normal, just a human child left for the horrific powers of Wyrdness. You look back at the cages that dot the hills, suddenly understanding what transpired here. Someone was leaving human offerings here for years, month after month. Were the cages playing the roles of high water makers, just like the ones used back in homelands to see how far the spring floods reach, how big of a harvest to expect, and how much tax to charge? Or did someone really think all these offerings would cause the weirdness covering the King's Pass to recede? the girl's song is interrupted with a scream once she notices you. Then, the scream turns into a long sob as she realizes you are not here to hurt her. While you work to free her of her prison, she shares the details of the horror she's been through. She lived in one of the windmills on shunned lands, until a wandering group of druids took her from home a couple of days ago, though she feels like ages have passed since then. The druids locked her up here and left. When the Wyrdness was close by, the girl endured singing an old song her mother taught her. When the Wyrdness receded, she rested, slept, and dug for edible roots. Once free, the girl tells you she will find the way home on her own. She's not afraid of Wyrdness anymore. Walking down the slope, she begins to sing again. Soon, the song dies out in the distance, but you shall not forget it.
Founder. Awesome. New lead. Return to the shunned lands for your reward. New lead. The strange song resonates with Wyrdness. Find a way to use it. Gain the Songs of Avalon. Heck to the yeah. And the Champion of the Small Folk. Each player gains an experience, and exploration ends. 3 XP, one more to get there. Okay, that was... okay. I was like, what the heck, man? So I'm going to use Self-Reliant, lose a health to gain 2 of these. Actually, sorry, I'd gain a Terror to gain 2 of those. Then I will move here to lose a health. Then I will move here. And I'm not below 2. So I'm okay. Then... I'm going to have to deal with you, so I got to be ready. So then I'm going to spend 1 energy, spend 1 wealth to gain 3 health to go to full. I need to get back down here, which means I need to fight this thing. All right. So I think I got to call end of day or else I'm going to get exhausted. So that's end of day. An easy fight with 6 health? Well, the rat had 5, but we'll see. A rat had 5, this thing has 6. I don't get it. Here we go. Okay, so end of day, rest. We're not exhausted, so this goes back to 6. If I pay a food, nah, I'm okay. I'm not in Wyrdness. I need 1 more experience to advance. The sleep effect that's here means that I get to lose 1 of these from what we read in the vision. And then we go to next day. Okay. I need to look up the enemy stuff. Why isn't it all on these cards? Okay, whatever. All right, resolve start of day effects, so no things to remove. Flip locations that don't have a waste stone. Activate a guardian. Okay, so let's talk about activating a guardian. Guardian 17. So during the start of the day, you roll a guardian die for each guardian on the table depending on the result. Perform the following. All right, so we grab the guardian die, which is here. We're going to roll to see what it's going to do. It's going to move north, Miss Tessmacher. So it'll move here. Oh, X would destroy the Waystone. Ew. So I'm glad it moved north. So that's what it did. And that's all the Guardian does. X does so many other things. But that's all it does is it moved. Okay. Then clear the events and reveal the next event. The brand of the King's Seeker burns, urging you onward, threatening to turn your bones into ash should you forsake your search. Fade the Waystone farthest from all You bastard. Gain one part of the time. Okay, so fade the Waystone from all characters. You bastard. So this goes away. The end of day is when things will flip. Gain one part of the time passes chapter 1 status. If you have 3 or more, do that. So time passes. Okay, so we'll gain one part of that. If you gain 3, bad things happen. Read from the Book of Secrets. Put this card back on top of the event deck, then place 5 random events, -1 per character on top of it. If you let too many days pass, the King's Seeker brand will begin to burn hotter, and some story interactions may change. Okay, so we grab 1, 2, 3, 4. Shuffle this up. Take this, put it underneath it, and then that goes there. Okay. Then that's it. So it says fade a Waystone. Fade. 21. Some events and other effects in the game can cause Waystones to fade. If this happens, find the Waystone that is mentioned by the fade effect and remove it from play. Fade doesn't cause locations to automatically flip to theirs. Does not. So we're still good. Until that happens, this is good. Okay. So these areas are good. I can't get to you from up there. I have to come around to get to you. That sucks, which means I have to get into a fight before I fight you. Or I take damage, take terror, then I fight you. I don't want to fight something, then fight you. I'm going to take a damage and terror anyway. This should have re-upped. So I think what I can do multi-effect applies to each party member. Lose 1 magic and it runs away. Okay, so I am going to go this way to get to you because it's less annoying. Because if I move here, I have to draw an encounter. I don't want to do that. I need to get to here, and I need to get rid of you before you burn away this Waystone. So I'm going to do 1, taking a health damage. Reading from Book of Secrets 4. I wonder if I have to do that every time. Let's find out.
Most of the battlefield is covered in thick, weird.
Yep.
The other pools are quiet.
Leave. Cool. Then I'm going to spend another to move here. And I gain a terror. Then I need to read 70. It says that's what I gotta do. If you have secret matches as part 1, I do. I have sticky fingers too. If there are no on this location drawn. Oh, crap. Damn it. Damn it. Well, it's my first purple encounter that I'll be facing. And we're going to be putting a gray thing on here. Crap. First purple encounter. Crap, 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 crap. Okay, this is combat. Looks like. Shuffle up, draw my 3. And that's 5 health. This is not... A green encounter probably would have been better. Good lord. I'll gain magic from it at least. One, two, three. Crap. All right, what are we looking at? 5 health. And we gotta hurt it. Let me pull you here. We could do this as our free card. Then do... Nope, that doesn't work. Oh yeah, it does. It lets me play a card. And if you're fighting a purple encounter, it gets 2 damage on it. When I put it down, yeah, when you put it down, put a timer on it. When the timer goes away, that happens. However, when I put this down, according to that, triggers when placed. If you're fighting a purple encounter, which I am, slap 2 on it. And I get to play an extra card, which I'll do this. And I will spend 1 magic to put 2 more damage on this guy. That's 4. And it says prevent 2 damage, lose 1 less. And that's my whole hand. Finn. So he's giving me 1 terror. And then I get to redraw up 1, 2, 3. I did not want to go in this thing almost going insane. And then I'll do this for the 1 damage to kill it. And it's dead. And I gain my 1 magic back that I spent. It's dead. I have to shuffle this back. You are dead, you jerk face. And this is removed from the game. Dadgummit. Crap. It's not what I wanted to happen. Now we're going to run. We're going around this thing, so spend 1 to move here. I do have the hints, so I don't need to explore. Spend 1 more to move down here, and then I'm going to explore here at 101. If you don't have the hints part, once that's I do. We do fertile lands. I did. It's right here. It's probably because of the weird cards there, but yeah, I did. I put 1 right there. Here, let me put a white one. It said put a gray, but let me put a white one so it's more known. Yeah, I just replaced the white with... It said put a gray one, which is what I should, because the white and the grays obviously signify something, but the weird card probably how the camera is, it's not showing up. But yeah, there was 1 on there. Let's do this to lose a health, to gain 2. And then let's go ahead and spend 1 to go to the windmill. I think that's where the little girl was. I don't have Sharp True, but I do have Song of Avalon. If you have Curious Part 4, I don't.
After their lost daughter miraculously returned, the family in the windmill decided to not tempt fate anymore and moved out. They left a small note thanking you for your deed, as well as a small reward.
Okay, so we're going to gain 1 wealth. And lose 2, oh thank God, lose 2 terror. Gain 1 consumable item. All right. Please let it be something worthwhile. Please, game. All right, so whatever that is. Let's see what this consumable item is. Disperse the Wyrdness. Discard this card to flip the location you're in or a connected location from its weird side to its normal side. That ought to come in handy, the weird candle. Okay. I am not apt to fight you, but I probably should. Biscuits. If I lose a magic, I can relight the stone if I need to. Then he won't take this one away. He'll take this one away. I can relight this one. I'm in a location without you. Only in locations with an empty waystone. Yep. So 1 magic, 1 wealth. And as I'm looking through here, one of the things I noticed is this card that I just paid attention to, because that's how I play a story mode, where it says these are the augments for this. So, but I'm going to wait until chapter 2 because we've been playing chapter 1 normal, but we're going to switch to this once we get through chapter 1. So I think we're going to light this waystone. Go away. Go away. We're going to spend 1 magic and 1 wealth. And we are going to light that stone. So if it goes away, it goes away. That's the one that's going to go away. I could spend my 1 to... Yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to hunt. Let's do it. So I'm going to use my ability, spend 1 to hunt. Challenge a combat guardian in your or a connected location and put 2 damage on him at the start of the fight. So... Spoblawi. So he's down to 4 health. Come on, Chuckles. Let's do this. All right, 1, 2, 3. Tell me something good. Oh, yeah, you are telling me something good. So I'm going to put that down, which is going to let me play a free card for practicality. To which I'm going to throw this down. Or I'm going to throw that down. Because I'll put him at 3. Yes. Yes. Oh, but your damage is going to be 4. You're going to hit me for 4 damage, but I get to kill you next round. I will straight up kill it next round if I do this. But it means taking 4 damage. It means taking 4 frickin' damage. Oh, I didn't gain Curious 4. Thank you. Curious 4. Thank you. Curious 4. Gained it. Thanks, Mark. Okay. So 4 damage, huh? 2, 3, 4. That'll put me down to 2 health. I got 1 food to heal 1. It's definitely going to limit my stuff for the day, but I think that's kind of where we're going to go with it. Because if I hit it with the other one, it's going to be at 5 health. I'll lose a magic and it's going to run away. And when Guardians run away, let's find out what that means when Guardians run away. 22. Because if it just means he's still on the board, it's going to piss me off. Characters are not the only ones who may flee from combat. Some creatures have a special runaway effect. When it triggers, immediately end the encounter, receive no loot. For the purpose of rules, forcing the enemy to run away counts as winning the encounter. Oh, it just goes away. Oh, I don't have to take any damage. Well, damn that. It's just one food and 2 magic. Screw that. We're going to do that. We're going to hit you for 3. So take 1, 2, 3. That's 5. I would love to have killed you, but you're going to be a wimp and run off. So after its turn, I discard this, but on its turn with 5 damage, I'm going to lose 1. Everybody loses 1 magic, which I lose, and then it runs away. But it counts as a victory. I just don't get the loot. And I don't have to take the damage. Goodbye, you horrible, horrible creature. So I'll put you at the bottom of the deck. You go away somewhere. Shoo shoo. And I don't take any damage, just lose a magic. That's actually even better. Okay. I could drain a Waystone if I want, but I'm not going to. I'm going to stop here for the day. And I've got the Song of Avalon. I think it's time to go back here. Maybe that might get me what I need. Her power, what you just saw. What you just saw is what she does. I challenge the creature from afar. Okay. I think I'm good. I should move 1 more up. But no, I think I'm good. You don't have a dream state. You do. I will do that. Yeah, let's do it. I'll move up here. I'm below because of the overload, which means I'll take a damage. And then let's explore 102 one more time.
Among trinkets and tarnished coins,
there was more.
You find the family's spent weird candle, wrapped carefully in a piece of cloth.
Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. So what I did was, um, I spent 1 energy to move here. I put the 2 timers on here. I'm gonna draw the green card. The card that came up was Heavy Rainfall. Sorry, Elaine. So it cost 2 extra. It costs 1 extra to do it. So I need to spend that extra to make that move. This should be readied up. And then we're gonna deal with this green encounter. So sorry about that. Here we go. Boom, boom. A white elk. Good lord. Oh, it gives me some food at least. Alright, this one has a new thing, which is harass. 4/5 runaway. So let's look up harass. Harass. Before the enemy turn, if there's at least X. Okay, before the enemy's turn, if there's at least X cards but no more than Y cards in the sequence, resolve the corresponding effect. So if I have 4 cards in the sequence but not 5, the thing's going to run away. Alright, gotcha. So we're going to put this out here. Shuffle this up because we don't shenanigans around here. I'm going to fix this so you don't have to, so you can see the full board on chapter 2. So if this is annoying anyone, I'm sorry. What do you want me to do? Alright, so let's see, what do we got? We got that, which will do 3 damage to it. That sounds fun. I'm going to do that. So, that is a freebie, right? So then I get to do this. So we'll just drop 3 on it straight up. Whoa, we're halfway there. So instead of hurting me, it's hitting my energy, which sucks. All right. Then it's the enemy's turn. So it has 3 health. It's going to sap away one of my energies. Then after the enemy's turn, you go. Draw a card. Oh, look, I have the same card again, and it's dead. And I killed it for 3 food. Cool. So 3 food. Yep, I had 2 of those cards back to frickin' back. Look at that. That is just amazing. But took it out. And I got 3 food from it. So it's dead. That was fun. Okay. So I got 3 food. Lost 1 energy. Alright, well, let's spend 2 more energy to move up here. And then we're going to explore 105. 105, right? Yeah, 105. We're going to explore 105. I do have the red color filter.
The last stretch of trail just before the King's Pass is safe and almost free of weirdness. Perhaps this is why a well-armed group of mercenaries and brigands set up their camp here. With the road blocked by a circle of their armoured wagons, no one can go further north without their consent, and without paying an exorbitant toll.
Okay, so if you don't have the obstacles part 1 status, I do. If you have the stocking up part 1 or 3 status, I don't. Select an action. To try to find another way around, spend 1, approach the fort, nope. Look for a safe place to dive into the sea, requires Ionis and the Obstacles Part 2, which I don't have. So we're going to try to find another way. So let's go ahead and spend that last one we've got.
Whoever chose the spot for this wagon fort chose it well. You see no obvious way around fortifications, at least not one that wouldn't get you in the killing zone of frightful longbows. There's even a hand cannon on a swivel mounted on one of the platforms. You never thought brigands would have one of these ancient homeland's weapons in working order. As you inspect the obstacle, you notice many guards are nervous and clutch small charms and talismans peering at the Wyrdness close by. Despite their formidable fortifications and the exorbitant tolls they charge, it seems many brigands don't want to be stuck around here. You wonder what it would take to scare them away.
Alright, so new lead, look for a way to make the brigands flee. Well, we've got Wyrdness here, so look for a weakness in the camp. Let's do that.
After a while, you also spot a dark shape looming in the mists to the northwest. It is a jagged cliff overlooking the trail and the Wagenburg. Your tactical sense, earned in blood during countless border skirmishes, begins to tingle. At the very least, this overlook could be used as an observation post to scout the Wagenburg for any weakness. At best, it is a commanding position that could be used to fire down on the brigands with impunity. You wonder whether you could reach this overlook from the plateau to the west of here.
Gain the topography part 1 status, which I just did. Inspect the cliff, the top of the cliff, and overlooking wagon fort accessible from the location to the west. So I think that's what we have, right?
Whoever chose the spot for...
Yeah, because everything else is for everyone else. So leave. Exploration ends. Okay, so I think we're done for the day. I'm going to rest here. There's no dreaming here. But I do think that next round I can move over here now that I have the stuff I need with Wyrdness to climb that cliff and see if we can get rid of those brigands and move forward. So let's do that. I'm going to be done. Call end of day. All right, so get this back up. Are we going to spend any food? No. I'm not in any Wyrdness. No experience to advance. I'm not in a dream location. So next day, we remove one of these. All places are still good. And we will discard this. And draw a new random. Good weather. The first travel of each character during the day costs 1 less. Ha, free travel. Let's do it. Everything's coming up, Canje. All right, so then we're ready to go. So we're going to use our free travel to move here. And then we're going to do our free explore of 106.
In ages past, a Lothian town stood at the edge of a clear mountain loch, its stone houses and spires reflecting in the water's silvery surface. The town is gone now, laid to ruin in some age-long past, but you've heard that the reflection lives on, etched eternally in the waters. A small stone shack rests by the shore, pieces of rubble haphazardly thrown together. A lone goat bleats in its wooden pen.
I like that they had the goat in the background. All right, so we're going to try to reach the overlook above the trail, Wyrdness, and topography, which we have. We're going to spend our 2, 1, 2 to do that. Reflected town, okay. Okay, something happened there? Let me go check in the book, just in case. That's weird. 106. Reflected town. Go to verse 17. Okay, verse 17. Okay, I need to pause for another second. Sorry, like I said, I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. I'm back. So if it doesn't read what's next, then I'll read what it says. Yeah, it's screwed up. It's screwed up. Okay, so we're gonna get to that second. But it says, as you described, because it said read 17. It said go to, sorry. This is just bad. Okay, try to reach the overlook above the trail. Requires Gerdwin topography. Go to verse 17. Okay, I go to verse 17. As you describe to him your trek through the golden reflection and the scene you have witnessed near the cloister, the hermit's stern expression begins to melt. Aye, 'twas me thought it feels as if it happened in a different life altogether. I lived in the town you see around us since birth, until I left my brothers to serve my penance in a small island shrine just off the coast of Four Maidens. The day after my departure, 3 kings battled west of here, their powers leveling the entire plateau and killing everything within many miles. 3 years later, I came back as promised, only ruins welcome me. He wipes away a solitary tear and continues. To my knowledge, I am all that's left of the entire town, well, apart from the reflection of its final peaceful evening etched in the waters of the Wyrdness. I used to visit it so often I almost lost myself there, but no more. Now leave and take the glass as far away from me as possible. Oh, and should you ever find yourself facing one of these 3 monsters, do remind them of the town of Isinia and what fate befell it. That's all it says. I gain an experience, but I don't feel like that's right. So that's weird. Let's see what this thing says.
You find a narrow path leading up to the overlook that grants a commanding view of the trail to the east, high above the ring of armoured wagons blocking this route. You can see the brigands strutting around their camp from your current height, the oaken sides of their wagonberg offering them no protection at this angle.
If you have the stock up part 2 status, I don't. I don't have any stock up status at all. I have sticky fingers.
Unfortunately, your weapon will not accurately deliver bolts this far. To reliably shoot at such a distance, you'd need a steel drawstring, or better yet, one of the masterwood crossbows old Lothian was known for. Unfortunately, you haven't seen any since the kingdom fell to the mists.
The arms you seek were lost since the kingdom of Lothian fell, but there's a ruined Lothian town not far from here by the lake shore. Okay, cool. Exploration ends. So then we'll go back and explore 106, which is by the lake shore. So that's what that hole in the ground was. So we'll explore the ruins.
In ages past, a Lothian town stood at the edge of a clear...
Yep. We're going to explore the ruins. There was a place to search the town ruins. There it is. Suspend 1 to do that. If you have the blue, I don't. If you have the foraging part 1 status, or if you have 0 caution, I have caution. I don't have the foraging part 1 status. Otherwise, read on.
In one of the ruined townhouses, you spot some dried sticks protruding from a crack in the wall. Inside, you find a nest of wild geese full of large eggs.
Okay, so I gain foraging 1 and 1 food. Cool. Exploration ends, but I'm going right back. I don't know why you take me out of it.
In ages past.
Alright, so I'm gonna... We gotta search the town ruins again for another energy. If you have the foraging... Yes, I do. Okay, so the blue color filter is what I need to find. Frickin' frackers. Because this is the town on the lake. This is the ruins to get what I need. So what else do I need to do here?
In ages past.
Yeah. Maybe I'd visit the stone shack. And maybe he might... Yeah, because I took a swim in the lake. I looked at my reflection. I need to talk to this dude again. I have noble deeds now. Oh, no, I don't. I thought I did. No, I don't. I don't have noble deeds. I have the red color filter.
Well, what do you want from me? The hermit says.
Tell him you met him in a distant place and time. Requires the faint notice part 2. I have part 1. Faint notion. I don't have 2. I honestly... Whatever I need to do is here. I just don't know what to do here.
In ages past. The Waystone once stood not far from the city gates, in the northwestern part of the area, but the forces that levelled the city did not spare it. It lies in rubble, cracked, broken beyond repair. It would take nothing short of turning back the time for it to shine once more.
Yeah, I feel like I'm missing something. I have Faint Notion 1. I don't have Faint Notion 2. I feel like I'm missing something.
In ages past.
I'm just wasting the day doing these things. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm kind of stuck. I searched the town ruins. I've done everything it said to do. I have foraging, but I don't have the blue color filter, so I need to find that? What? I don't know. Is that something you get at the end of the game?
In ages
Maybe I need to
past,
go for a swim. This will be the last thing I do for the day because I don't know what to do. Like, something was supposed to happen with this and it didn't. I feel like, see?
in ages
Like, something
past,
weird's happening there. Because this said reads verse 17. And verse 17 is not what it's supposed to be for 106. Go to verse 17. Nope, it's right. Go to Book of Secrets 204. Book of Secrets 204. If you have the stocking, so I need stocking up part 2. The arms you seek were lost since the kingdom of Lothian fell, but there's a ruined Lothian town not far from here by the lake shore. The ruined Lothian town is where I am on the reflected town. At the edge of the lake. That's where the battle happened on the left, over here, that destroyed this town. So maybe that's where I need to go. Crap, and I wasted a whole day. Yeah, I screwed up. Damn it. Okay. Okay. We got to do this to undo my screw up. I think I understand what I did wrong. I'll take 1 terror to gain 1, 2. And then I'll use 1 to move here. And I will take 1 damage for moving there. And then let's check book 4 to see if I'm going to die.
most of the battle.
Yep, and we've got one of those.
The other pools are quiet, and there are no hot springs.
And we're not searching the boiling pool, so we'll leave. Well, I got the locket from there. So that's not true. Because that's the only thing I can get from here. I'll move back. And because I'm below, I lose health. And I'm going to end my day there. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. So let's do end of day stuff, because I'm doing something wrong and I don't know what it is. So rest, this goes back up to 6. I'm going to pay 1 food, move you up, move you up, move you down. Everything's good, so then we just... No dream. There is dreams there. There is a dream there. 106. Each party member loses 1. So I'm back down to 0. And then we do remove that, and our new random encounter. I've got to get a move on. I don't know what's happening. It's another good day. So free travel if I need to travel somewhere. I don't know what I'm missing. I've got everything. Did I miss the notions thing? Did I put the wrong one in for notable deeds? Not notable deeds. Faint notion. What am I missing? I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing. When I did 105, and I had the red color thing.
The last stretch of trail.
I don't have stocking up. If you have, I don't have. So I used my energy to try to find a way around. Yeah, I don't have obstacles 2. I only have obstacles 1. So when I tried to find a way around the fort,
Whoever chose.
and it was Gerdwin,
After a while.
gain topography part 1 status. So that's what I needed for that. Where did I get faint notion 1 from? Was it when I was back in the town 101? And this is because I didn't complete the cycle? I went to the windmill. I had Song of Avalon. I gained 1 wealth consumable, Curios Part 4.
Among trinkets and tarn.
And then I gained Curios Secret Card 4 and Curios Part 10. Was it like a thing? So I had Song of Avalon. Okay. I'm just kind of curious here. Like where I got faint notion from. I can't remember. It wasn't from the windmills. It couldn't have been from the windmills.
The family invite.
Yeah, this is for Elgin. And I didn't do that.
While you're.
The woman talked to me. Expiration because she was looking for a kid. So where the hell did I get that from? Was it 108? 20. Check secrets. When I found the girl? I'm just looking where I got that from. Nope. We did have the red color at the time. Song of Avalon, champion of small folk. And that. Okay, so was it Book of Secrets 70 when I had to fight that stupid monster? If you have secret messages, part 1. I did. And then I did have sticky fingers. The encounter popped up. And then it ended. So where the hell did I get Faint Notion from? Was it from a card? 15. Book of Secrets 15. No need, my dear. I'm just scanning to backtrack. Nope, that's secret card 8. I have one more before this thing ticks again. Was it verse 4? Because I'm trying to see if I put in the wrong, if I checked off the wrong Faint
Most
Notion.
of the battlefield is... The other pools...
Yeah, I didn't go back and do that. Card 21. I don't know where I got this from. Was it 103? No, because I don't remember seeing any of this. So this is new. Spoiler. Back. 102. Hints. Part 2, which is what you will give me. I did the enter the statue.
You squeeze into
I
another...
had one caution.
Among the...
Secret message. 102. I did demolish the statue. Nope, couldn't do that. And Faint Notion Part 1. But I don't have any spirituality, so this means nothing to me. Search the mound.
A child...
Nope. If anyone knows, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of bugging out here. Is it here? I asked them why they were flying the banner.
One thing about the rune cart immediately catches your attention.
Yeah, I got nothing. I don't know. I got Faint Notion from somewhere. I don't know where, and maybe I misplaced the wrong one. So I'm gonna believe that I screwed up, unless it's in 103 to where I gotta fight another stupid monster. Screw it. Free move. One to move here. Draw a green monster. And it's a traveler. It's only got 2 on him. We start here. I'm going to draw diplomacy. 103. Alright, caution's the only thing I can use. So, what are we doing? The marker goes here. I will do this. And I can do that. To move this up 1. Then I can't, because I got the stuff for that, I can play this. And it says if affinity is red, you may gain 1 time, otherwise you lose 1 time. So this goes to 1. Actually, as soon as I play this card, I discard 2. So these 2 go away. So this would still be at 2. So those 2 would get discarded. And that's all. So lose 1 time, going down to 1. Gain 1 terror. Push this down 1. Draw up. Then I could do this. To move it up 1. Let's roll this. Let's roll these dice. So I'm gonna roll the dice. Let's see what we get. A 5. I rolled a 5. So 5 says it goes up 2 more and gain a wealth. 1, 2, and I gain a wealth. And this card is discard this card. This card is discarded. I'll go bottom of the item deck. Then that's it. So you will lose time to 0, gain 1 terror, push this down 1, and nothing happens. Game over. That's it. Okay. These get discarded. Cool. Then I put 2 timers on here, and I will explore 103. I have the red color thing.
They say the Wyrdness, when left to its own devices, slowly transforms even the land itself. You know of no better proof than this place. The basalt walls of the narrow pass display warped, inhuman faces of stone, their mouths agape. The salty coastal wind carries their voices to faraway places. What strange song do they sing?
One chosen party member. I said I was gonna pay the food. I paid the food and I did the thing. One chosen party member with 3 or less magic gain 1 magic. Sweet. I gain a magic. So that's a way to gain magic. Gotcha. Well, we're gonna continue to explore this place 103. And we have the red color thingy.
They say
There's timers on here, so that's bad. Let's spend 1 to sing with the chorus. I have the Song of Avalon. I was investigating the village, but I didn't find it. So I don't know. So I do have the Song of Avalon.
the chorus loves your new song. It joins you with all its strength, your voice and the voices of 100 stone throats rising in unison far above the trail and echoing from the mountains surrounding the pass. You lose yourself in this singing. You are a part of something different now, ancient and primal, and you find it impossible to stop singing even when your ears begin to bleed and the stone walls above you start to crack. For miles around, people panic and flee, hearing your mighty anthem. The silence comes only after you collapse to the sound of breaking rocks.
Each character in this and all connected location loses 1 health, gains 1 terror. Replace locations 103 with 103B? There's a 103B? No, there's not. No, there's not. It might be. Let's find out. One of 3B. One of 3B. Holy biscuits! What just happened? Okay. There is a 103B. 103B. Huh. Okay. Something just happened. And remove 103 from the game. If location 105B is attached to the top of the... It is not. Otherwise. If you have the red color, I do. What, the biscuits? Congratulations, you've completed your quest. Replace 105 with 105B. Okay. 105B. I think we scared them off. Abandoned camp. Yep, I think we did. I think that's how we scared them off. So 105 gets replaced with 105B, and this is removed from the game. If your active quest card is Chapter 1, Part 1, and each character gains 2 XP, otherwise each character gains 1 XP. Okay. Discard your active quest. Wait, it says if it's Chapter 1, Part 1, we're Part 6. Discard your active quest. Put this down here. Find and resolve Chapter 1, Part 7. Do not change the structure of the rest of the deck. This is a good moment to pause, save your game and finish for now, or continue the game. The breaking of the chorus chased away the brigands from the camp further up the road. The trail of the King's Pass is now open. Holy crap! Okay, Part 7. Place this card in your active event area. The high mountain ranges to the north and the crooked milepost besides the trail all point to the same joyous conclusions. You're nearing your destination. Continue your travel north and reach the King's Pass 110. If you feel tired, remember you can save your game. Wow! Okay. Okay. Proceed. Well, that wasted a couple days of work. Let's see. We're gonna go up to 105B. That's what we're gonna do. (105B). There's now little left of a wagon town that once squatted in the middle of the road to the King's Pass. Deep wheel marks, abandoned camp tools, and an old fire pit, piles of mule and horse dung. Though if you look closer, unnerving details such as bloodstains on trampled grass or an abandoned child's toy betrays that what transpired here was far from peaceful. If you have the Coal Heart 1, 2, 3, each party member gains a terror. I don't. Search the camp's remnants requires at least one caution. I can do that. Let's dive in. I don't have the blue color filter. If you have at least 2 parts of the time passes, I don't. If you have the foraging part 2, I don't. Otherwise, there's little of value in the camp's remnants, but you spot some racks with dried fish just off the trail. As you collect them, a muffled, desperate scream comes to you from the nearby grove. Gain 1 wealth and 1 food. And gain the Foraging Part 2 status. Follow the voice. I have the red color filter.
In the bushes, you come upon a fresh pile of disturbed earth. Something was buried here in a hurry. Loud thuds and a muffled, inhuman scream come from below. In some places, the earth has moved enough to show a silhouette of a large box.
They put a kid in here on Earth and open the chest.
As soon as you open the chest, a giant naked man springs from inside with madness in his eyes, gagged mouth and tied hands. The metal rings in his beard look familiar. He was Wagenberg's commander. Looks like brigands have little sympathy for failed leaders. As soon as he notices you, his eyes grow big and he begins to flee, swaying from side to side into the Wyrdness.
Good lord. We're gonna spare him and leave. I'm not killing him. Gain the Risk Taker Part 2 status. Probably should have killed him. Okay, so I think we're nearing close to our end. So let's go ahead and end the day. So rest. This will go back to 6. I'm going to eat 1 food to boost you up 1, you up 1, you down 1. I'm not in Wyrdness. I am going to advance the character, so I'm going to spend the 4 to give myself 1 empathy. Because I saved that guy's life. It's thematic. And there are no dreams here. So then start a day, pull 1 of these off. Nothing to deal with, so we're going to do this. And then the last random card before bad things happen. Unexpected visitor. Each character rolls a die. The character with the lowest roll immediately draws and resolves a blue encounter. So it's happening. All characters in the same location take part in a encounter. Sweet. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. And this is my first blue encounter. A rowdy peasant. What ho, peasant? Okay. We got 2 rounds to deal with this guy. So let's shuffle and go. I think we got everything we need to move on. Oh, and I also forgot when I got here, because somebody's probably going to yell at me about it. I was supposed to put 109 weird side. So I need to light that waystone. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Let's see if we can get the green and keep you there. Well, now that I have empathy, empathy raises stuff up, but I have to get that symbol on empathy, right? So I will, as soon as I place this, I will take 1 terror to spin this down to 1. I get to play an extra card. To which I'll play this to raise it up 1. Or, actually, this will let me play another card, but it doesn't have anything else to build off of. This is probably the best way to go. Then it'll tick it down to 0 and move it down 1, which leaves it there. I'll gain 1 terror and gain 1 food. So I'm at 4. I'm almost at going insane, but we're done with this. And when he's done, remove this card from the game because it sucks. Okay. All right, so bad stuff happens next, so we got to deal with that. Let's light it up. Grab my last waystone. And we're going to spend, to light it up, we need 2. 1, 2. 1 magic, 1 food. Flaboom! So this will flip over. And then we will spend 1 energy to move, and we need to read Book of Secrets 50 as soon as we get there. I'm not, if you're playing chapter 5 or further. Nope.
Rickety bridges hang from ornate dark iron bolts embedded in the cliffside. Even without Wyrdness shrouding them, this last part of the trail will be very dangerous. At the foot of this dangerous ascent, a lone traveller camps, roasting what looks like a plucked gulphone by a small fire.
Okay, so I don't know why it keeps doing that. I unmute and then it mutes me back. So I moved, the whole thing moves with me, which is fantastic, as you can see. So it's not cards flying everywhere and getting disheveled. So I moved up here. It says if I'm playing Chapter 5, then do Book of Secrets 465, so I'm not. It says that the King's Pass, a real army of vagrants, merchants, and swindlers besiege the Broken Waystone, warding off Wyrdness with their charms, braziers, and weird candles. I do have a weird candle that I can use to flip this location if I want, which I think I could. And then I can explore this potentially. If I have magic, I can light a waystone here to light it up. But the problem is I don't. I'm out of magic. So I think I am going to do this. I'm going to discard this weird candle. The bottom of the consumable deck. To flip this location. That was the wrong one to frickin' flip. There are blue encounters there, and that's where the waystone is. After many years, the pass is open once more. Yeah, thank you, Elaine. I can't gain terror. But I could spend 2, 1, 2 to rest and recover, to pay 2 food, to gain 3 health, and lose 3 to 3 terror. Then I could do this to lose 1 health, to gain 2, 1, 2. I'm going to gain terror anyway. So I'm going to spend 1 to come over here, and I'll immediately lose a health, and then I need to read 612. Oh, crap. I forgot to read this. Why does this keep happening? Approach the traveler.
He welcomes you with a grin of blackened teeth and invites you to share his meal of stale oatcakes and a roasted gulfone. I went to the King's Pass, he says, like every other fool out here. But I've had it. Heading back to the Maidens now. See the Wyrdness? It's creeping back. Soon the path will be closed again, and all these quarrelling fools up at the pass will be in for a nasty surprise. You thank him and part ways, his words feeling you with unease.
All right, well, I wouldn't be moving then. I would have to use the 3 to cross the stinking bridge. I do not have Secret Card 8.
The hanging trail disappears far above you in the mists, zigzagging up a vertical cliff in a series of narrow platforms and bridges, none of which have any guardrails. The sky is overcast, and white clouds hang low, obscuring a big part of the ascent. In such conditions, climbing would be dangerous. You decide to spend a night at the bottom of the trail and try your luck the following day. The sound of the sea gently wakes you up. The same sound that accompanied you every morning for the last several years spent in Four Maidens. It takes a moment for you to realize you are no longer there. You are on a mountain trail, near the King's Pass. And this? This is not the sound of a sea, but countless overlapping whispers that blur together into a single liquid hum that rises and falls like a tide. This realization is enough to make you spring to your feet instantly. Crooked shapes sway in the dark around you, each horrible in its own way. They glisten with old coins that hang from them like amulets. Some pin scrolls or scraps of paper to their flesh. They carry torches, candles, braziers, anything that could light their path. King-seekers. Cursed creatures obsessed with finding the way to the court of Arthur. Warped by Wyrdness they spend most of their time in. You've never seen so many of them in one place. Now you realize it is them who kept haunting you in your last days of journey. They were the shadows that seemed to follow your every step. But why did they seek you? The wind carries your name, one of the creatures says, interrupting your thoughts. The Wyrdness shows glimpses of the future. We've seen you, standing in front of 3 monarchs of ruin. The sacred goblet filled with blood. The old crown restored. The road east open. The true king. The king! The king! Other king-seekers sway in excitement, repeating the words. The true king found. You tell them to go away. You're just a traveller. The goal that pushed you onto this trail already seems impossible, not to mention seeking a route east or facing the kings of ruin. But it seems you have little to say in the matter. The king-seekers keep closing their circle, ignoring your thrashing. They grab you by your arms, their long fingers digging deep into your flesh as their stench overpowers you. Finally, one of them lifts his hand and touches your forehead. You throw your head back in pain. It's almost as if white-hot iron touched your skin. The king-seekers immediately begin to retreat. One of us, they say. One of us. Seek the king. You collapse to the ground.
Alright, so this is where I was on the bridge and I did not pay attention. There was more. So I gained secret card 8. I already have secret card 8. Oh, it was the brand. I already have it.
The following day, you wake up neatly tucked in your bedroll. It all feels like a bad dream. Your forehead throbs faintly, but you check your reflection in a cold mountain stream and see nothing. Reassured, you decide to continue up the hanging trail.
Okay. Okay, so why did it take me back? Oh, before, I get it. Before exploration, if you don't have card 8, do that. Otherwise, read on. And then select an action. Choose one. Decide to fight the brand and discover a way to get rid of it. Or decide to obey the brand and accept your quest. Your fate is yours alone. King Seekers and their curse be damned. Reaching the king in the east is the longtime dream of many heroes in Western Avalon, and the King Seeker said you are the one who has to change. I'm gonna fight this brand. This might be the worst, stupidest thing I've ever done. Let's do it. Remove secret card 8 and gain secret card 9. Rebellious Kingseeker's brand. Drain away stone. Accept your fate. Discard this and gain secret card 6. Okay. Leading me much?
A sprawling, chaotic encampment surrounds the broken King's Pass waystone. Vagabonds, merchants, wandering priests, madmen, and thrill-seekers from all over the Four Maidens came here, all waiting for the pass to clear again. Some of them have been here for a long time now, judging from the size of garbage heaps on the camp's outskirts and the smell of human excrement carried by the wind down the pass. They look like a ragged tribe that followed their prophet through the parting sea only to reach a place where the waves would no longer split. Unable to go further, unwilling to turn back. As you are about to join this crowd, you notice that the camp's layout, which at first looked chaotic, does follow some unwritten rules. The noblemen and merchants stick to the high ground next to the waystone, their wagons and colourful tents all close to one another. The middle of the camp is occupied by the common folk, simple traders of all trades, not unlike yourself. The pariahs stay alone, pushed out to the edges, close to creeping dangerous Wyrdness, swindlers, witches, fences, and other individuals no other group was willing to accept. Where do you fit here?
Well, I am a champion of the small folk. I don't have, I don't have Cold Heart. I don't have Friend of Nobility. I have at least 2 Sticky Fingers. No, I only have 1. And I have the champion of the small folk.
Desperate not to camp at the edge of Wyrdness, you squeeze past the tents and the campfires at King's Pass, but every inch of ground seems taken. As you walk past the crowded groups of the commoners, you hear someone calling out to you. It's a simple travelling herbalist who met a family from the shunned lands on the trail as they departed south. The family and their daughter described your acts of kindness and asked her to help you, should you reach the King's Pass. Although the herbalist doesn't even have provisions for sharing, she does make you enough space to camp beside her. Tired after your long journey, with the safety of the large camp around you, you're ready to drift off as soon as your head touches your bedroll.
I don't have Sticky Fingers Part 3.
You don't know how long you've slept, dreaming about Kingseekers who urge you to carry on with your quest and to abandon the light of waystones. You are awoken by a sharp scream. Groggy and light-headed, you rise up, seeing there's a commotion in the camp. The Wyrdness has moved. Screams tear through the camp as the curtains of colourful fog surrounding the King's Pass on all sides begin to draw close. Suddenly, people trample one another, grabbing their possessions in a hurry. Some flee south through a quickly narrowing trail, some push closer to the broken waystone in the middle of the pass, hoping it would protect them. Weird candles are lit. Prayers are said, but nothing seems to affect the slowly rolling wall of Wyrdness. The pass is closing once again, and this time it may take you with it.
Congratulations, you've completed Chapter 1 of Kings of the Ruin campaign. Yes! 3 hours! Nope, 4 hours! Because I didn't know what to do. Check the number of your time passes, which was 1. Status parts, and check the results. Let's see. 1. You explored at a moderate pace. Remember that in future chapters, some interactions will change and some opportunities will fizzle away if you let too much time pass. Each character gains 1 XP and loses 1 terror. If you feel that the difficulty level is too low or too high, it's a good time to read again about the story and challenge modes. I'm doing the story mode. Remember, you can start using them at any time during the game. Now follow the steps. Remove all models and markers from the table. Discard all guardians and location cards from play. Discard the event deck and the active events. Each player may spend their XP to raise their attributes, gain new skills, or add new combat and diplomacy cards to their deck. See attributes and character advancement on page 13. This is a good moment to pause. This is, and I am done. So either save your game or draw chapter 2 setup and keep going. So proceed. Exploration ends. So we were done. We were done. That's why I took back my word candle, because we didn't have to do that. We just moved to 10 and we were done. We got there, the Wyrdness did whatever it's gonna do, and we finished. Holy crap. We finished chapter 1. So, cool. So I need to record everything I have. Discard all of chapter 1 and the rest of that, and we'll start chapter 2 tomorrow to go through. Oh my gosh, that's wild. That was wild. That was a lot. I need to do some more reading. I want to see how to get better cards, because these cards sucked. So I know I got empathy but I want to make sure I do that properly as well. And I'll talk about that tomorrow. I need to take a break. My head's starting to get really, really bad, so I need to go lay down. But we'll be back tomorrow. So 4 hours of not knowing what to do, wandering around, being confused as hell, and we were able to take care of it. So there you go. What did you all think of it, for people who stuck around? I mean, if you're still here from when we started, what did you think? Did you like it? Did you not like it? Do you like the board solution? I need to go back to the table and show this. I need to print out more. This is all the ones I printed. But look at this. I mean, it's great. Did y'all like this board solution? The story is good. I just didn't know what to do. But I love this for people. Yeah, I love for card games where you have to shift stuff around. Instead of shifting a bunch of cards, I just move the board. Yeah. And I can jolt it from side to side and the cards stay in place. So I'm going to print 6 more of these because I'm probably going to need them. So I'm going to print 6 more of these to use, but I hope y'all enjoyed this setup. Tainted Grail's been on my radar for years, but haven't ever watched it played. Yeah, so far it's good. The card stuff, I think I would prefer dice rolling. Even though I'm terrible at dice rolling, I probably would prefer that to the card stuff. I think that's where that was another thing that sold me on Lands of Evershade, was that even though you're not building out these big boards like this, when it comes to combat or other things that are going on, it's just D&D dice chucking. And I think that's what kind of really sold me on it. So I like this so far. The narrations are fantastic. Fantastic. They need to just put that on a web app. Not an Android or iOS app. But other than that, it came out pretty well. Elaine said, I had to miss part of it. Liked it. I have it and need to play it. Love the boards. Thank you. And love the bling. Yeah, it's a fun game. I think this is a lot of fun to play through. Like I said, I'm going to go lay down now. But I'll be back tomorrow to play some more. I really hope y'all enjoyed this playthrough. There's a lot of improvements. I'm glad I'm not being like, oh, I need to come back and like this thing or I'm going to die. So that they give you 3 waystones is also interesting. Like, what does that mean? Why is there only 3? I guess because I'm not supposed to light. They're not setting up for it to be more than 3. Yeah, I agree. I missed y'all too. So I'll get tomorrow scheduled, and then we'll go from there and see how it goes. But yeah, I hope you did enjoy this. Sorry if I'm playing like a noob, because I am. I've never played this game before, so we'll see. We get better with time, but we're going to switch to story mode, and we'll run over tomorrow what story mode is, and that's what we're going to be using going forward. All right, cool. We're going to be good from there. Thanks, everybody. Patrons, subscribers, and if you're not, just come in and hang out, thank you and welcome as well. Other than that, I love you. And there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Bye, everybody.